Boom. Hey, folks, how's everyone doing? I hope people are having an acceptable Wednesday. So, I'm supposed to be in Montreal right now, and you may have noticed that this is not Montreal right now. The reason why that got canceled is basically freezing rain. So I was like, well, I heard, oh, yeah, they're getting some bad weather in Quebec. And I was like, well, that's not such a big deal. Like, Quebec's used to bad weather. And then it was like nonstop freezing rain throughout like all of Quebec, which freezing rain is actually kind of a big deal for planes because the ice sticks on the planes. And then that's a problem because, planes crash. So that was not ideal. And they were just like, yeah, everything is. So I looked into trying to rebook all of that. And Air Canada looked into rebooking all of that. And basically, all of the flights everywhere were just like everything. The entire board was just redlined. So it was like, crap. So, if you are one of the people who was hoping to go to the meetup that was planned for tomorrow, it's not happening anymore because I am not able to, planned for the 13th, not tomorrow. It's not happening anymore because I am not able to be there. Now, the other thing that is, it was kind of annoying about the whole thing. So Air Canada, which is the airline that I was on, Air Canada went and they were like, we canceled your flight. We're trying to rebook you. And I was like, cool, that sounds great. And then they're like, we can't rebook you. No flights are going into Quebec. And then I had a thing where I was like, okay. And so I called Air Canada because suddenly they're like, we rebooked you. And the we rebooked you on a flight. Now, here's the fun thing about how they rebooked me. They rebooked me to a flight that would have had me arriving on the 14th at like 11 at night. And my plane back left at the 15th at like 7 in the morning. So it was like, all right, we've got you rebooked. You can fly into Quebec just in time to get on another plane and fly back. And I was like, that's not acceptable. So I called up Air Canada, and Air Canada was like, we rebooked you. What do you want us to do? And I was like, not rebook me, actually, just refund me. And so they were like, well, we don't want to. And I was like, you should do this. So, anyway, I did finally convince Air Canada to rebook me, to refund me. So I'm all good. I am out a bunch of money from it. The rental car company is keeping some, keeping some of the money. The hotel didn't want to refund me either. The hotel was like, you're changing your plans and it's too soon. So we want to keep as a penalty 1 day of your stay, which was 100% of my stay because I was only planning on staying 1 day. And so they're like, we're just going to keep the entire payment. And it's like, no. So they thankfully made an exception for me to like be able to cancel, but because I was like, look, I am going to be coming back probably in October. I will stay with you in October if you cancel, like if you give me a proper cancellation. But if you screw me on this one, and if you take my money, I will never spend money with you guys again. Ever. So your call. And they're like, we will offer you a one-time refund. I was like, thank you. Because literally all I've got here is I will hold a grudge. But they, yeah. All right. So, guys, I need some good vibes for tomorrow. I'm interviewing for a new job. I'm so nervous. Everybody send good vibes to May Wimple here. I got to set a goal. So it'll be sometime in October. That's the plan. Yep. That is the game plan. All right. So we're going to set a goal. And the goal will be, I've got a Paloma. It's a Paloma in a can, and it is entirely fentanyl free. So let's talk about, we are doing a double day recap today. We're doing the 11th and the 12th. And so what is going on with the 11th and the 12th is, so the 11th was going to be a trial day that included some actual trial. And then it ended up not being a trial day that included any actual trial, because what they planned to do was they planned to start out the day with just tidying up the redactions that they need to do for various things. So day 11, if you were watching it, was super boring, because super freaking boring, because they're just like, okay, so on page 12 of the new thing that we're going to redact line 37 through 39. Okay, so you don't need that, right? But at the end of the day, we what they're redacting is basically they're trying to redact the jail calls and Kouri Richins' letters. Now, I think that this is kind of critical, because ultimately the best evidence they've got against Kouri Richins is Kouri Richins. If Kouri Richins had the ability to, there's an important skill set she needed. And I will demonstrate in just a second what she needed to do. So she needed to just go, like, just keep her mouth shut. That is what she had to do. And I think that this trial would have been winnable if she had not done all the stupid things that she did. But she did the stupid things. And that is a big problem for Kouri Richins. Like, it's a huge problem. And so that is really what the defense and the prosecution were arguing about here on day 11, was like, which portions of the insanely stupid things that Kouri Richins said go in to allow the jury to hear them. But then we get to this part, and we're going to watch part of it. And so this is some discussion of prior consistent statements. Now, I think the prior consistent statement stuff is a little bit interesting. So what prior consistent statements are is things that so this is generally admissible to rebut a suggestion. So normally prior consistent statements would be kept out as hearsay, right? Because the court just assumes that if you've got, that saying something more than once doesn't make it more likely to be true. And they're like, you should just use your in-court testimony, not the prior statements, that were from before. So prior consistent statements are only usable for certain very narrow purposes. And the narrow purposes that they're looking at here is to rebut a suggestion of recent fabrication. And so what that means is that where you've got and it's not just a suggestion of fabrication, right? It's not just a suggestion of you're lying. It's a suggestion of recent fabrication. Now, normally this doesn't come up. It's very hard to get to recent fabrication because usually people don't allege recent fabrication. They just allege lying, right? It's not just saying, oh, well, you made this up recently. You are just a lying sack of shit, right? And so if you're just a lying sack of crap, then it's not a recent fabrication. It's an old fabrication, and the prior consistent statement doesn't go in. However, the defense here has basically fallen into recent fabrication with respect to Carmen Lober. And the way they get to recent fabrication is the suggestion that the police influenced her. However, I think there's actually something interesting about this, which is the prior consistent statements that the prosecution wants to tender here are the statements that Carmen Lober made to the police. And to my thinking, that is actually the wrong time frame, because in order to get in a prior consistent statement, the statement is supposed to predate the alleged, recent fabrication, right? And so here they've got a specific time frame for the recent fabrication, which is she fabricated this when she had the contact with the police, and the police gave her this story because, they want to see Kouri Richins burn. The problem here is that the prior consistent statement isn't actually prior, I don't think. It's post the police. So I actually think that there's really interesting arguments here, and I'm not sure that the defense really properly dealt with them. So let's I gotta turn up the volume a little bit here. Give me a second. We're gonna pump up the volume, because we always need to do that. And then we are going to share the screens, because we got to share the screens. And just, why is that not working? It doesn't want to share my screen. I need this to share my screen, because we got to share the screens. Let's see. This work? Success. We have success. Okay. So let's watch this argument. This argument actually takes a fair minute because there's a lot of back and forth, but yeah, we're gonna watch this. So here we go. And we're gonna have some discussions here. Yeah. I see there's some super chats before we get started. Sean McIntosh, welcome aboard. Thank you. Vez from Quebec, I'll have to send you the ultimate shaving kit gift I was planning to give you tonight. Thank you. I'm sorry, Vez. I feel bad about this not working out. Emily thinks Kouri watched Depp be heard. Thoughts? I don't know. I would have to see why Emily said that. So I don't know. I haven't noticed that myself. That doesn't mean I disagree. It just means I haven't noticed it. So it's possible, but I just don't know. I want to see what she has to say about why she thinks that, so that I could be like, is that something I missed, or is it something I disagree with, or something I agree with? So yeah. Okay, here we go.
Oh no, so that went the same way as 278T and 290T.
Got it. Okay, Ms. Nestor, I think that resolves the state's docket 1165. Anything further on that?
No, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir, nothing on that. We recently identified 3 additional jail calls that we've redacted. We'll send those to the defense today. I don't anticipate introducing them today, but
Okay,
so we may have additional similar discussions.
understood. And then, let's see. May I ask about the state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R? That is the state's designation of prior consistent statements by Carmen Lober. May we talk mechanics for just a moment?
Yes, sir.
How are these coming in mechanically?
So, Your Honor, in questioning Jeff O'Driscoll today, I will ask him about conduct of the interview of Carmen Lober. Ask him about the defense's question. He was present when the defense questioned Carmen Lober about certain statements. In context, are those statements, fair? No. And then move to admit the various 57 through 60, whatever.
So I appreciate that the state has evidence through Jeff O'Driscoll and perhaps others that the arc of the interview, particularly the conduct by law enforcement officers or investigators and Ms. Lober's responses thereto, are not the same as suggested by defense's cross of Ms. Lober.
Right.
But you can elicit that evidence through Mr. O'Driscoll's, Detective O'Driscoll's testimony. And to the extent you need to show that Carmen Lober testified consistently with her direct versus the suggestions of what she said or what she said on cross, you can certainly do that. Mm-hmm. My question is, though, it seems like a lot of this is being shown the arc of the investigator's conduct rather than just Carmen Lober's prior consistent statements. Now, I understand context matters, but do we really need all of it, is my question.
Your Honor, the state tried to narrowly tailor the amount of information. I think
the state has the state has been trying to get in a lot of stuff that I'm like, I don't know if this should be getting in. So when they say that they've been trying to narrowly tailor it, I'm like, yeah, okay, sure.
And to be clear, I recognize that we went from 900 pages down to 100-ish.
Correct.
So I understand that.
I think those 100 or so pages, narrowly tailored, are kind of the minimal amount to show the motive, Carmen Lober's motive.
So you see, he's like, we have narrowly tailored it to 100 pages. I mean, 100 pages doesn't feel like narrowly tailored, right? 100 pages feels a little bit like, well, we've just got like the phone book from like C through X. That's all we want to enter is just that. But here it's like, okay, the other thing is the defense previously was like, we want all of this out. And then now they're going to flip on a dime on that. Because previously they're like, we don't want them tendering everything. And now they're going to be like, well, we do actually. So
to show the motive, Carmen Lober's motive.
Also, like, you defense lawyer, you should have your mic muted when you are whispering to your client, for fuck's sakes.
That it was more, certainly there was a self-serving piece, but there was a lot more than a self-serving piece. And that she was not motivated by Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard bullying her.
Right.
I think the full expanded 900 pages show that the best. I think the 100 or so we culled to show it enough.
Do you have these as one kind of video clip that plays from interview to interview, or will you provide some signposts for the jury?
I feel like the most suspicious thing about this whole trial was Bloodworth's motion in limine to exclude garlic and mirrors from the courthouse.
You introduce them.
Your Honor, we don't intend to publish them. We intend to make a few points from them through Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, provide them to the jury, and in argument argue something like, you heard the defense cross-examine Carmen Lober. You heard Detective O'Driscoll's testimony regarding those interviews. You have them before you if you want to, or you have these excerpts before you if you want
them up a little bit
to
more.
Dig through them and determine for yourself what the evidence proves.
Okay, I appreciate the efficiency of this. I have a genuine question as to whether I can send these transcripts back into the jury room when I'm not sending other transcripts of other testimony back into the jury room.
Your Honor, it's not testimony. It's evidence. It's an interview.
I mean, we'd have to go through the Crawford analysis to figure out if Ms. Lober's statements were testimonial. Now, there's not a Crawford problem because she was on the stand.
Correct.
But whether these qualify as testimony with respect to the concern that providing transcripts of certain testimony would give that certain testimony undue weight when transcripts of other testimony are not provided, that I have a genuine question about. So I'm not suggesting that you can't publish.
Sure.
I'm asking whether you have to publish but not admit. But she was in custody. She was being questioned by law enforcement officers. I think there's at least a reasonable question as to whether this would qualify as testimonial, quote unquote.
I think two things, Your Honor. In some measure, that's why the state moved to admit the entire shebang. But I appreciate the need for efficiency.
Right.
The second thought I have is, to the extent that the defense wants to further cross-examine Carmen Lober on these, or Detective O'Driscoll or Detective Maynard, they're here. We can all recall them easily.
I agree. Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. It really comes back to the issue of whether these transcripts go into the jury room. Publishing, you're right. You have the right to publish them to the extent you want to. I am not persuaded sitting here right now that they go into the jury room. So we don't have to necessarily reach agreement on that piece right now, but how do you want to proceed with Detective O'Driscoll on recognizing that they may not go into the jury room?
Your Honor, that would alter the state's directive, Detective O'Driscoll, because we would end up publishing 100 pages of transcripts.
You have them as video or audio, though, too, right?
Well, right now, we only have the transcript. We were waiting. Video editing is long and expensive.
I see.
And so we were waiting to nail down the transcript to then conform the video.
Is audio easier? Do you have audio files? Mr. Mack is saying no.
It's the video file is the audio file.
I see. Okay.
It's one.
I see.
So there's no distinction in terms of editing time between a video and an audio file.
All right, pause there for a moment. Maybe I may be taking on more than I need to. Ms. Lewis, what's the defendant's view of this?
Your Honor, I mean, we object to these coming in this way. I think that
When you say this way, what do you mean?
by publishing any of these transcripts. I think you're correct that the appropriate way to do this would be through direct examination of Detective O'Driscoll. They can certainly ask him questions to try and rehabilitate what Carmen Lober said.
You can ask him questions about.
So what she's suggesting is basically having O'Driscoll ask questions like, did you intimidate her? Did you threaten her? Did you any of that, right? And of course, they want to get her version in. So
what he said, they can't ask him questions about what she said. That'd be hearsay.
I understand, but the problem that as they see it, if I understand it, is they're trying to put forth that she wasn't influenced by law enforcement. So they can ask questions of Detective O'Driscoll about that. But putting these in, I do believe is a Crawford problem.
Well, hold on. We got to be.
So here's the thing. The judge didn't say it was a Crawford problem. The judge said, hey, I think we need to use the analysis from the Crawford case to determine if it's testimonial. And so she's latched onto this as, okay, there's a Crawford issue. And the judge is like, whoa, no, that is not what I was saying. So, yeah, that's what's going on here.
I need you to compartmentalize the objections here. These are being offered as prior consistent statements of Carmen Lober to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or undue influence.
I understand.
So Any objection under that rule?
Yes, that should have come in under Carmen. During cross-examination, it's fully within our right to pick out portions of this interview.
But you can recall her, right?
I don't think that's our job to recall the state's star witness. They had her on the stand.
I just asked you a yes or no question. Would you start there for me?
The defense, yeah, okay. Fun.
Could we recall her? Yes, that is something that could be possibly done. I don't imagine what world the defense would do that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you had the transcripts when you cross-examined her, right?
Yes, but so did they. And the appropriate way to do it would have been to try and rehabilitate her on redirect, which would have then given me a chance to go into other statements.
They sought to, and I limited their ability to put in the whole 900 pages.
That's not how you rehabilitate. You rehabilitate by asking questions. It's not by putting in an entire transcript.
Well, you can do it, for example, by admitting prior consistent statements. And so I just need you to stay focused on that rule for a moment. I know I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, you are.
I don't understand how you think they were supposed to admit prior consistent statements.
For testimony.
That's not a prior consistent statement. The whole reason we have the prior consistent statement rule is because the testimony goes in a different direction. Or there's a charge of recent fabrication or undue influence. And then you have the prior statement come in as substantive evidence.
Only while she's on the stand. They didn't even attempt to question her about whether or not to pull out these portions to show, oh, look at you weren't unduly influenced. Look at you said this, is that correct? Is that correct? That's how you would normally see this done. Then I could have cross-examined her. And I also want to point out that they have taken very small portions of this that leave out the portions of the interview where she is being influenced by statements of law enforcement. This makes it look like they've cherry-picked what they want. And for example, I want to pull out the May 10th interview. I don't even understand why this would be coming in. All they've pulled out is a conversation between Ms. Whistler and Ms. Lober that Ms. Lober is supposed to testify before the grand jury. That's going to open up a whole door of speculation and what happened. I don't see how that has anything to do with what we're even talking about. And as I go through the transcripts, it's very much just what the state wants the jury to hear. I mean, if we're going to do this.
So she's alleging that they're cherry picking, right? Okay. All right.
Which I think is completely inappropriate. This is a Crawford problem. This should have been brought in through testimony when Carmen Lober was on the stand, so she could have been cross-examined. They can bring in what they want through Detective O'Driscoll because we still have an opportunity to cross-examine him. But to just send back portions of a transcript that we've not been allowed to cross-examine on that point out to the jury just what they want the jury to hear is inappropriate.
And I apologize, you're jumping around a little bit. So put aside sending transcripts back. I have concerns about that. Do you have any law for the proposition that prior consistent statements can only come in through the witness that makes the statement?
Well, I would point to a case. Let me pull it up again. I had it. Just give me a moment.
Cite to Finders v. Keepers. Finders v. Keepers.
I can't find it now. One moment, please.
Yep.
It's 366 P3rd 867, State of Utah in the interest of JC.
I'm sorry, would you give me the site one more time?
366 P3rd 867. And I direct the court to footnote 8.
Okay. All right, so I understand your objection there. Tell me why you think it's a Crawford problem. You had the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lober. You did cross-examine Ms. Lober. You used part of these interviews to cross-examine her, to challenge her on whether she just asked the law enforcement officers, investigators to write her statement for her. I don't understand what a lack of confrontation Ms. Richins has had here.
Because what is happening here is now they are basically crafting testimony on her behalf. They should have asked her these questions. I haven't had an opportunity to cross-examine her on what they now want to bring in. They should have brought it in through direct, and instead, which I get was difficult with her. You know, she said she didn't remember anything. Instead of doing the hard work to try and ask her questions, they just want to put it all in, and they want to cherry pick what they wanted her to say, which clearly would have been very difficult to get her to say. So
I actually agree with this as well. I think the judge, I'm like, okay, I don't disagree with what she's saying here. They did kind of do that, and the judge kind of lets them get away with it.
the easy way is here. We're just going to hand you the transcripts that show you what we wanted Carmen Lober to tell you, but instead, here, just read it without putting in the whole story or giving me a chance to go back and cross-examine her. And I think requesting us to recall her is burden shifting. That is not what our job is. That's not what we needed to do. They needed to take care of their witness when their witness was on the stand.
And remind me, you objected to...
So the weakest argument you can make is, I mean, sometimes you feel like, but it is not a strong argument, believe it or not. It is actually a fairly ineffective argument. in all circumstances. So, yeah.
To the addition of any part of the transcript at the time they offered it.
For the same reason, they offered it after she was off the stand.
Had they offered it the 900 pages when she was on the stand, you would have said, okay.
No, I would have said you need to cross-examine her, redirect her and rehabilitate her testimony.
And so how do you see the rule regarding prior consistent statements working?
They need to get it through her. They could have put on prior consistent statements through her.
And then I don't understand. You're saying the prior consistent statements never come in. You only can ask questions. Please help me understand.
He's like, you are not doing this right, and you need to walk me through your thinking because I don't get it.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I really am not following what you're trying to say. I have never seen this done.
Yes, that's the problem. Congratulations, you have identified the issue, but that doesn't fix the problem. It's just, yeah.
The other way than through a witness. That's why we have witnesses. If not, why have any witnesses? Let's just hand the jury all the evidence. Let's hand them all the transcripts of.
Well, no, be fair to how the rule.
And I'm like, I can see Ramos sitting there, and I'm like, tag Ramos in. He's right there. He wants to, like, he wants to argue this. Just let Ramos fight, because I feel like Ramos is in a better position to handle this, but maybe
works.
I'm wrong.
Somebody testifies on cross-examination. Defendant makes a charge of recent fabrication, and then the proffering party has an opportunity to offer prior consistent statements to rebut the charge of recent fabrication. Why are you saying no? They cannot offer the prior statements. They can only ask more questions.
They can offer them through the witness. They can say, is this your statement? And what if she says, I don't remember that? Okay, then they can refresh. What if she says, I don't remember that? Well, then it doesn't come in.
Okay, I think that's where maybe you and I differ on the way the rule works. Do you have any citation for law that says, unless the witness remembers, these don't come in?
Well, off the top of my head, I'd have to spend some time, but I would look at Rule 613 of the Utah Rules of Evidence that talks about, this talks about prior inconsistent statements, but applicants given an opportunity to explain or deny the statement, and adverse parties given the opportunity to examine the witness about it. We don't know what she would have said. We don't know if she would have said, she may have very well said, no, I didn't feel influenced at all. That's fine. They could have asked her that question. Then I could have cross-examined her or recrossed her to say, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Now I'm denied any opportunity to do that by just putting in statements. And I really don't know what else to say. I do think, as I look through the transcripts, they have only picked things that they want in that we don't know that Carmen Lober would have agreed to. But had they wanted to put them in through her, at least then I could have questioned her I could have questioned her. I could have said, so this didn't make you feel pressured, so that didn't make you feel pressured. So they said this, so that made it, so you felt you were telling, I don't know. You see where I'm getting. And I don't have any opportunity to do that in this way. They can ask Detective O'Driscoll questions. We can cross-examine Detective O'Driscoll, and the jury can make a determination of that. But by cherry-picking statements that they wanted Carmen Lober to testify to, but didn't ask her, I think that's error.
It's not the cherry-picking, it's the root, right?
It is.
You cherry-pick statements too. Everybody cherry-picks statements.
And they could have done it on redirect, and they chose not to.
So again, it's the root, not the cherry-picking, right? If she were on the stand, the cherry-picking would not be a problem.
They could have, because then I could have gone back and pulled out other statements.
I think we're agreeing. Okay. All right. I take your argument seriously. Mr. Bloodworth, I'm going to have to take a look at this real quick. I understand this to be a threshold issue with respect to Detective O'Driscoll. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further at this moment?
They're having a chat there.
Not on pausing. Can we have 5 minutes?
Of course.
I don't know why the microphone is like under a tap today. Like they seem to be running the so yeah. So can we outbid to say Runkle doesn't get to drink? No. Here we go.
Just so I'm clear, we'll take 5 minutes for you to confer with your team, and then you'll tell me whether this is a threshold issue that I need to decide before Detective O'Driscoll takes this.
Correct, Your Honor. It is now. That may change.
Okay, understood. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
All right. And we hit the goal, so I've got my canned Paloma. All right, so they take 5 minutes, and then they come back. Their 5 minutes turns out to be longer than 5 minutes, but that's just how court is.
Comment in passing that The record, please. Mr. Bloodworth, before you weigh in, I need to fix a misstatement that I made while discussing Detective O'Driscoll's potential testimony. I made a comment in passing that he cannot relate Ms. Lober's statements because it would be hearsay. That is overly broad. To the extent that the statement by Ms. Lober that Jeff O'Driscoll would seek to relate while testifying qualifies as a prior inconsistent statement under 801D1A or a prior consistent statement under 801D1B, it is categorically not hearsay and he can relate it. By the same token, it can come in through him. Ms. Lewis, I took a hard look at the case you cited me to, 366P 3rd 867, footnote 8. There, the Utah Supreme Court related the competing positions by the state and the respondent. Those competing positions are substantively identical to the competing positions of the state and defendant here regarding how statements under 801D.
So the case is on point. That's a good thing. Good start.
1 are to come in, and the Utah Supreme Court expressly declined to reach the issue. They did not rule that they.
And that's the bad thing. He's like, so everything is exactly the same, and the court refused to rule. So how does this help you? All right. Fantastic. Lovely.
Must come in through the declarant. So, as I sit here today, there is no authority for the proposition that prior inconsistent or prior consistent statements can only come in through the declarant witness as long as the declarant witness testified and was subject to cross-examination. Indeed, it is defendant's cross-examination of Ms. Lober that creates the foundation for admission of prior inconsistent statements based upon Ms. Lober having not remembered or having forgotten, though that's not what the state is seeking to do here, and prior consistent statements based upon an express or implied charge that Ms. Lober was acting from a recent improper influence or motive, to wit, pressure applied by, among others, Detective O'Driscoll, the U.S. Attorney's Office, agencies like that. There is not a Crawford problem here. I also have another thought regarding the transcripts going back, if you want to discuss that.
So maybe we can get the court's thought, and then I can incorporate that into the state's position.
Sure. Under Wyatt v. State 2021 UT 32, under paragraph 21, the Utah Supreme Court abrogated the common law rule that prevented testimonial transcripts from going back into the jury room based upon a concern of undue influence on the basis that Rule 17K of the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure does not allow for any categorical exceptions to exhibits going back with the jury because the jury may take with them, quote, all exhibits, end quote, except those, quote, that should not, in the opinion of the court, be in the possession of the jury, end quote. Now, typically that's guns, knives, poison, explosives.
You can guess why the jury is not allowed to have guns, knives, explosives, drugs, poisons, etc. Because some moron in the jury room would be like, all right, let's go and let's play with the gun. Let's play with the bomb. And yeah, this is the other thing. It's not great when the judge goes and does his own research. So I get one thing I'm just going to note is that the judge is allowed to do his own research into the law. The judge is not allowed to do his own research into the facts. So the difference on that is like the judge can't like go to the scene on his own just to have a little look-see, right? And the judge can't like, the judge couldn't like paint his arm blue and hit it with a car if he felt like it, right? That none of that would be allowed. But the judge is allowed to read the law because the judge is expected to apply the law. And so the judge is expected to, yeah. The reason why it's not necessarily a great thing is that what you hope against bring enough law to the judge that the judge is like, okay, I can rule on this. You want the judge to feel that after you've made your arguments that he's got enough of a grasp of things that he can just be like, right, I'm going to rule based on the cases you presented. When the judge is going back and is like, I have to do some additional research on my own, into the law, what that means is the judge is like, you yutzes have failed to properly advise me, and therefore I am not, I'm not confident. So yeah, that's where the judge is here. He's like, yeah, I need more.
I still have some concern that given the volume of testimony that the jury hears, the only transcripts they would have in the jury room being this 100-ish pages of Carmen Lober would attract some unwanted attention on appellate review. But under Wyatt v. State, 2021 UT 32, there's no categorical exclusion of them. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
So, Your Honor, it's the state's position. I know I'm recapping a little bit of what you just said. It's the state's position that the court can't.
When the judge says, hey, I have a problem, and the problem really works. Let's say you're the defense, and the judge is like, well, I don't think that I'm concerned that this evidence might not be admissible because of X, Y, and Z. You better believe your argument is going to be, well, X, Y, and Z, judge. And so that's exactly what the prosecutor's doing right here is like, judge, let me read your words back to you, but in my voice, and then they could be my argument. So, yeah.
And admit the transcripts through Detective O'Driscoll. We don't need the declarant, Carmen Lober. It's the state's position that there's no Crawford issue, in part because of the 801D1 requirement for opportunity to cross has been satisfied in this instance. It's the state's position that the defense, to the extent they want to recall Carmen Lober, is not verdict-shifting. It's just that it's the defense strategic choice. And it's the state's position that the transcripts can go back to the jury. Now, having said all of that, prophylactically and out of an abundance of caution.
See, every time they say prophylactically, what they mean is like, precautionary. But I always think whenever they say prophylactically, I think of condoms. And I'm like, okay, so here we are. Yeah.
The state is trying to, through her attorney, recall Carmen Lober, put the transcripts in through her, and then publish 100 pages of transcript. As much as the state thinks that is horribly, horribly inefficient and unnecessary. We've reached out to her attorney. I do not yet have an answer.
Okay.
This is a threshold issue for, I don't know, the midpoint of Jeff O'Driscoll's examination. So I propose our next witness is Chris Cochadimos to clean up some stuff from yesterday. I propose we next call him. We then begin the state's direct examination of Detective O'Driscoll. That'll probably take us till lunch. I may have a better answer at lunch as to how the state will proceed.
Okay. We just asked some mechanics questions. Why can't the state just ask Jeff O'Driscoll a bunch of questions about whether certain exchanges with Ms. Lober occurred? And to the extent he doesn't remember or can't remember specifically, use the transcripts to refresh his recollection and even show the jury, publish them at that time, but use him as the root. And if you want to call Ms. Lober, you're entitled to do so.
Yeah.
This is what the defense was saying, and you see the judge is kind of walking back on this a little bit. It's interesting.
Your Honor, that may be the route anyway, and it may just, from an efficiency standpoint, going through the questioning to ultimately get to refreshing and publishing, it seems to me that that's what's done. It will be more efficient to just publish the 100 pages.
Okay.
Because that's where we're going to land anyway.
All right. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
I just want to make a record.
Go ahead.
We stand by our objection that allowing prior consistent statements to come in without a sponsoring witness is a violation of both the Sixth Amendment right, of our client's Sixth Amendment right, and Crawford versus Washington. It also violates her right to due process under the Utah State Constitution and the federal Constitution. She is not receiving a fair trial. And the remedy that we should recall the state's.
I did not like that statement because you've got the judge sitting here presiding over this case, right? And now you've just said she is not receiving a fair trial. It's like, okay, are you gonna go and like piss through his mail slot next? Because this is kind of picking a fight with the judge a little bit. Usually you phrase this as something along the lines of her right to a fair trial is in danger. Something like this. Yeah, that's A. Hedinger. It's a step too far. Yep. It's, you could say, I'm concerned that this will impede her ability to get a fair trial. Talk prospectively, right? Don't, yeah. Piss in his mail slot is a thing. I mean, it is now.
Our witness absolutely is burden shifting, and we stand by our objection. If those 100 pages are going to be published, we want all of it published. We want all 1,000 pages.
All right. And how do you want that to occur? Do you want to just play the interviews with Ms. Lober?
Sure, we could do that. We could just play them all for 7.5 hours, but that's how we want to do it.
Okay, so what she's suggesting here, she's like, we'll play all 7.5 hours. You know why she wants that? You know what the jury is going to be doing after 7.5 hours of witness video? I mean, they're going to be asleep, or they're going to be like functionally brain dead. She's like, all right, we'll just bury the parts the prosecution wants in a world of bullshit. And the thing is, as much as I hate this, I would do it too. I get where she's going. This is not actually a bad strategic effort on her part. And the thing is I would absolutely, this is one of those things I would argue, but I would expect to lose. However, I and other lawyers have won cases on occasion by making the prosecution play the entire tape. One of the stories that I like about this one is not my story. It's another lawyer's story. But the issue they had was the issue of delay, like whether the police improperly delayed the person from speaking to a lawyer, right? And so the delay was something like 30 minutes. And so the defense or the prosecution was like, we agree it's 30 minutes. And the defense is like, we want to roll the tape. Because there was jailhouse tape, right? There was video. And so the prosecution is like, well, this is irrelevant. And the judge is like, well, the issue of how much time it is relevant. The defense is not required to accept your stipulation here. I don't know how we can not play this. And so they played the 30 minutes of whatever. And by the time the 30 minutes was done, the judge was like, I fucking hate this. And so the judge ruled ultimately that the delay was excessive because he hated waiting 30 minutes watching through the video. And the video, it's jail, like it's literally jail video, right? So the guy's held at the police station. And so the video is him in his cell pacing around bored for 30 minutes. And the judge is like, yeah, they could have gotten a lawyer to him in that time. I'm excluding case is over. Right? Sometimes it's important to show what that means, right? But here, what they just want to do is they want to bury the good bits in the shit bits. That's what they're trying to do. So,
and tell me why you want to do that.
Because there are numerous other portions of the interviews where she is being influenced by law enforcement and shows that she's willing to just go along with whatever they say, just as she stated. But I think to pick out, particularly, like I said, the May 10th interview, there are a lot of things she says in that interview that are inconsistent with all of her other statements, but the state just wants to publish that she was going to testify before the grand jury, which I don't even understand that. I mean, all that does is cause the jury to speculate and confuse issues. And that's just one example out of what they've pulled out of the transcripts.
We're back where we started, Mr. Bloodworth. This is the position the state originally took. Does this change anything?
I love how perceptive this judge is, because he's like, we're back where we started. This is what you originally wanted. Are you just okay with what you originally wanted? And the problem here is that the state really isn't, because now the state is like, well, we can get better than this. So,
Your Honor, it's largely the state's initial position. The initial position of the state was then not to publish them, right? It was just to send them back so that the jury could, if they wanted to. I'm happy to send the whole things back.
Ms. Lewis, speak to that.
We're not asking.
So they don't want to send it back. They want to make the jury watch it, right? Because if they send it back, the jury's not going to watch it. The jury's going to say, okay, we trust that if there was anything bad there, the prosecution wouldn't have given it to us. But yeah, they want to make the jury sit through the boredom.
That's only if we are not suggesting that should happen, only if we're overruled. We'd rather it all go back.
Part, you gotta be a little bit specific.
We're not suggesting, it's not our position that any of this should go back. We're only saying if the court's going to allow some of it to go back, then under Rule 106, we need it all to go back.
Now, forgive me, you've pivoted again. It's stay away from going back. Let's just stay on publishing. So I understand defendant's position to be if any of it's published, all of it has to be published.
Correct.
Okay. In response to that, the state, as I understand, is suggesting I'm inferring in the interest of efficiency, rather than publishing all of it, just make all of it available to the jury through the recordings and then allow counsel to make whatever arguments they want to make about, you should go back and listen to this part because you'll see this is what was happening. Speak to that for a minute. You could do that by stipulation.
I'm not going to stipulate to that. No.
So
our objection stands.
Let
me start again. Imagine that your objection to publishing anything is overruled, and that's the world you're living in. How do you want to proceed from there?
I like the way the judge phrased it. Imagine that your objection is overruled, because that's the world you're living in. He's like, you are going to lose on this issue. We need to figure out how you lose, not if you lose. So go from there, please.
I mean, I think I said that. Then it should all go back. Or
again, you keep skipping to going back. I want you to talk about publishing for a minute.
It's showing up on screen.
So my hesitation is just efficiency. Like I said, it's over 7 hours worth of video. But if that's how the court wants to do it, then yes.
No. That's what I'm asking you. So imagine here. I'll just make a ruling. I have.
He's like, you cannot keep your story straight for like 2 minutes. So I'm just going to decide. Like, she's kind of blown her everything on this. So yeah.
Considered carefully the authorities cited by defendant and the state. I've looked at the text of Rule 801. Ruling as a matter of law that, one, there's no Crawford problem here because Ms. Lober testified in open court under oath, was cross-examined in open court under oath. It is the cross-examination of her regarding the conduct and circumstances in her prior interviews with law enforcement and other agencies that creates the circumstances providing the foundation for admission of her prior consistent statements under 801D1B. So the defendants, further, the court is not persuaded that the only witness through whom a prior consistent statement may be admitted is the declarant witness that made the statement. The court has not seen any authority for that proposition. So to the extent the defendant objects to any of Ms. Lauber's prior consistent statements coming in any way, that objection is overruled. So Ms. Lewis, take it from there. Some of her prior consistent statements as designated by the state are admissible under Rule 801D1B. It's how we're going to provide that information to the jury that I need some input on. We could just publish. We could admit and send back into the jury room. Speak to those two options.
Well, my understanding was that under the case you just cited, Wyatt, that you were going to allow the portions to go back to the jury room. Did I misunderstand that?
Well, I think there's a basis to do so. It gives me the willies, quite frankly, and that's why Mr. Bloodworth, out of an abundance of caution, is saying prophylactically to prevent any appellate issue there, we would just publish. But if the defendant believes, Judge, if you do this, the least prejudicial way for us to do it is to send the recordings, all 7.5 hours, into the jury room and allow counsel to make arguments about what they show and what the jury should take from them, you could do that by stipulation.
No, I don't want to do that. I think that even though it's not efficient, the appropriate way is if any of the interviews are going to be published, they all need to be published.
Okay, only published.
Correct. All
right. I appreciate your position. Mr. Bloodworth, take it from there.
Your Honor, the state moves to just publish the narrowly tailored versions that we proposed as whatever it is, 8-57.
He's like, we don't want to publish 7.5 hours and have the jury hate us.
1-63R.
Guess who's going to win this one?
I think beyond so, I don't think there's a 106 concern beyond that.
I don't know. We're going to find out, but okay.
Yeah, and as a compromise, the state is fine with sending full videos back, or some mix of publish the narrow pages and send a full video back. But the notion of publishing nearly 10 hours of interview is, I don't think it's productive. I think it's a waste of the jury's time.
Okay. Ms. Liz.
We object to it all going back. It's the same problem. The problem arises is the same as, well, let me rephrase that. The jury's been told they're to rely on their memory of witnesses. If the whole thing goes back, they can go over and over and over her statements on the video, which is not what they can do with any other witness. So if it comes in, it needs to be published, and then they have to rely on their memory just like they would with any other testimony.
I appreciate that position. Why are we publishing all of it rather than just the parts or some parts of what the state has designated?
Because there are, I already made my issue, or raised the issue about the May 10th.
We will get there
transcript.
specifically. Any others?
Yes. I would have to go through, I have gone through, but to go through right now, every specific part, but there's a lot that's being left out, and what's being left out are the statements where officers are telling her about what she needs to do in order to not have to go to jail, what kind of deals they're willing to make for her, what she needs to do and say, and that's not included. And yes, some of it she was cross-examined on, but there's a lot more statements like that she was never cross-examined on.
Well, that's choices defendant made, though. So here, in order for me to include additional material, there has to be some basis. Is it a Rule 106 request?
Yes, but in all fairness, the choice was made because that was all that she was questioned on in direct examination. Had there been a redirect back to where I started, then I would have chosen other portions, but I have lost the opportunity to do that.
You haven't, but that's okay. You can certainly have access to this witness.
Well, I think we've made a record on that.
Are there Rule 106 portions you want to add, having reviewed the designations?
I think we need all of it. I think the jury needs to see exactly what her demeanor is, how she acts with the officers, how the officers treat her. There are numerous other parts of this transcript that may come in through Detective O'Driscoll. I don't know yet. I don't know the answer to that fully yet, but there are a lot of other statements by both Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard that go to show that she was unduly influenced. There's a lot of it.
I know, but you're not giving me which ones they are.
It's because, all of them.
Okay. All right.
Why? Why? This is so bad. Like, all of them. No, give examples. You can say, Your Honor, they're threaded throughout the entire thing, but here are some examples. Boom, boom, boom. Like, you list your top 5 and you just say, but Your Honor, I can't narrow it down to just a few specific moments because it's throughout. It's everything. And it's the building. And what I'd say is it's the building pattern. You need to see that they spend 7.5 hours working on her to get her to this point. Like, you can say, like, look at how they, like, make an argument other than just all of them. Oh my God. This is hurting me. This is hurting me real bad. So, yeah.
That it's hard to rule on because it can't be all.
Why not?
Well, certainly your position isn't that every single statement made by the law enforcement officers and every single answer is evidence of undue influence.
It shows an arc.
That's the state's point.
Right. I know. And now if we're going to do part of it, then we need to show the whole arc.
That's not how Rule 106 works. I need you to be more specific.
I don't have specific outlines right now in the 1,000 pages of transcripts as to what we would want and what we would, we want all of it. If you want me to go through all 1,000 pages again and try and figure that out, I guess we can find some time to do that. But
okay. So, Mr. Bloodworth, as for today, how does the state propose to proceed?
So I propose we call Chris Cotudimos, and then we'll call Jeff O'Driscoll. We will get to maybe, 45 minutes into his argument before this will become an issue.
Okay.
my sense on timing, Your Honor, is this doesn't become an issue till a lunch break.
I'm not sure what's going to change between now and then, though, in terms of the issue of whether to play everything or just the parts that the state has designated under Rule 801D 1B. So, all right. The issue before the court is the state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R. The state is offering what it views as narrowly tailored portions of the transcripts of Ms. Lober's prior interviews with law enforcement investigators and other government agencies as evidence of prior consistent statements by Ms. Lober under 801D1B to rebut an express or implied charge that when she testified in open court in this case, she acted from a recent improper influence or motive in so testifying. In response, defendant does not provide a sufficiently specific argument that the state has over-designated any of these portions beyond what would be permissible under 801D1B. And though defendant makes a Rule 106 argument regarding additional portions that would be necessary to provide context for, explain, or qualify Ms. Lober's statements, their position is that all of it does. And that does not provide the court with a sufficient basis to rule one way or another whether other additional portions of these prior interviews are required to be included under Rule 106. Based on the record currently,
the judge is like, defense, you gotta give me the stuff I need to give you what you want. That's really where there's, falling down here.
Before the court and the procedural posture that brings us to this point, the state's motion to admit redact exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R is granted to the following extent. The state may publish these exhibits and use them with witnesses that are on the stand. Sitting here today, the court is not prepared to rule and does not rule that 8-57R through 8-63R may go into the jury room as admitted exhibits under Rule 17K because, sitting here at the moment, the court determines that they should not, in the opinion of the court, be in the possession of the jury to make absolutely sure that the jury does not give undue influence to these specific portions of a single witness's testimony as compared to the...
Because they would, right? If it goes back to the jury and they only have one tape to go over, they're going to go over that tape over and over. Every time they have a dispute, they'll go back to the Lober tape. So I think the judge is correct on that one.
Testimony of all the other witnesses in this case. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor. If we actually would move for a continuance because we need to go through all the 1,000 pages again and figure out what portions should be let in. If the court's not inclined to let all of it in, then we don't have anyone in the cry room doing this for us. So we need time to do that. So we'd ask for a 2-day continuance.
2 days.
Yes.
So they're like, we want to hold this whole trial over for 2 days. You know how much that appeals to the judge as an idea when they've got a jury and all of this? Basically zero, right? The judge is like, you have got to be kidding me. Now, I was fine with this idea because I had the notion that today would be lost being on a plane. And so if it was going to be a 2-day continuance, it would have been continued for all of today. And I would have been able to fly into Quebec without having to worry about how I catch up on today's, stream. So that was great for me. I was like, yes, this is an excellent thing. I also knew that there was no way the judge would give this thing that is super excellent for me to the defense. So, yeah, I was like, it'd be nice, but yeah. And you could just see Nestor's face here is like, please, please, please.
Your request for a 2-day continuance is denied. I don't have a basis to use that much time of the jury when this motion was filed 2 days ago and I raised it with you yesterday morning. Your request for a 2-day continuance is denied.
All right, a 1-day continuance then.
To tomorrow
Cover the mic when you're chatting with... Oh, God.
Morning.
Yes.
And what is it you're going to do between now and then?
I guess we're going to go through the whole transcript and find out what we want included under Rule 106.
And you're going to file something so I can read it?
Yep.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. Not only did the state file the motion 2 days ago with the specific portions, this whole issue was teed up last week when Carmen Lober testified. I don't think there were any surprises in the motion, and I think the state's motion and the redacted versions it filed were probably what everybody expected.
All right. And Ms. Lewis, you'd be filing something in writing that had additional either Rule 106 inclusions or some identification of where the state has over-designated things, correct?
Yes.
And your position would be that additional parts of the transcript should be shown to the jury, is that right?
Yes.
That is so slow. There's just no way this is going to work.
The judge is like, oh, fuck my life.
There's no way we can edit the video.
I'm not tracking, Your Honor.
Yeah, each of these transcripts corresponds to a video of an interview, correct?
Correct.
It would seem that watching and listening to the video is more efficient than reading the transcript.
100%, Your Honor. Based on the ruling right now, like 2 minutes ago, we have launched our video editor to create the video now of the narrowly tailored.
Now, this is one of the places where the prosecution has more resources than the defense, because the prosecution's got a video editor on standby. The defense, not so much. That said, I'm like, it's not that hard to edit a video like this. So I could do it. And I am not a skilled video editor. I am a guy who can chop like with a metaphorical digital cleaver. So, okay.
Portions. That's how we would publish them. Is by playing the video.
Okay. All right.
One suggestion could be if the state wants to hold off on publishing all of this and see where they get with their testimony of Detective O'Driscoll, and maybe through appropriate direct examination, they can get in the portions they feel are important, and then maybe none of this would be necessary if that decision could be held off.
One of the ways that we could get around this is you could just do it exactly the way I want. And it's like, did you really think that was going to work? Okay.
And then if at the end of the day they still want to publish the whole thing, then we would ask that we not hold court tomorrow so we can do that. I think that would be more efficient.
Maybe.
Your Honor, we're going to want to publish it.
Okay.
Let's just cut to that chase.
All right.
He's like, no.
Folks, give me 5 minutes. Actually, just give me till 11. Okay.
All right. And then they jump over to here.
Review the designations made by the state, determine whether there are some over designations that go beyond what should be published under 801D1B, and also to offer additional designations that in the defendant's view should be included under Rule 106. That request is granted. We need to come up with a set of deadlines by which defendant will take those positions in writing, by which the court and the state can review them, by which we can have a discussion on the record about which of the...
All right. So they, some of the things get granted, some of the things get not granted. It is a bit of a shit show all the way around. I'm just like, okay. Wow. So that is kind of where they lead off of this day. And I see this, you fail 100% of the things you don't try. Yes, but sometimes you also fail 100% of the things you do try. And I feel like that's kind of where they live here, because that was painful. And I mean, I don't think it really got them anywhere they wanted to be, but all right. So that's where that sits. It was some choices made there, but yeah. So that said, let us let us jump to today, because I feel like we've had enough of yesterday. And they do call the one, the forensic examiner. We're not going to go through him because we don't want to. Yeah. Okay. So instead, we are going to jump to back to today. They pick up with the same argument, and there is an interesting aspect of it. So we're going to start that up. I see some motion on the goal. Excellent. Why is this? All right. 1 second here. I got to unmess some defense. Nestor does a fabulous cross. I was not a fan of Nestor's cross. And I'll talk about why. Because, that's what we're here for, is to talk about why. And, yeah. All right. So I got to juice up the volume on this too. Here we go. And there we go.
Versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant are present, as is defendant Kouri Richins. Let me just provide a summary of how we got from yesterday to today. At the close of proceedings yesterday, we had a plan to receive defendant's written response to state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R as prior consistent statements under Rule of Evidence 801 D1B. After everybody left the courthouse and upon reflection, the court did some additional research regarding the foundational requirements of 801.
That's not a great place, because it's like, after everyone was gone, I decided you suck. And therefore, because you suck, I need to kind of unsuck this for you. So I did some research to figure out what's going on. And I'm like, good choices all.
1D1B issued a ruling requesting additional foundation for admission of those redacted exhibits under that rule. That's docket 1700-1700. And shortly after that, had a WebEx conference on the record with counsel to discuss the court's concerns regarding the foundation requirements for that rule. Following that, the state narrowed its request to seek, as I understand it, Mr. Bloodworth, publishing, not admission, of portions of only two of the proffered exhibits. That would be 5-58R and 8-62R under Rule 106. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After that, counsel, to their credit, engaged in a productive email exchange regarding their positions regarding those redactions. I think we need to discuss those one at a time now. Is that your view, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor.
And it is my view that we don't need to do that. I mean, the court needed to do that. It's good that the court did that. But, yeah, what's the difference between publishing and admission? Publishing, the jury gets to see it. Admission, it's going back to like the back room. And so that's kind of the thing there. Wow, Runkle, I object, lol. We'll get to it. All right, so they spend a long time on that, just kind of going through the redactions, and then the court is like, when's your next witness available? And he's like, 1 o'clock. So the judge is like, all right, everybody go away. Everybody go away. Are you going to try out to be an extra on Night of the Seven Kingdoms season 2? I didn't know that was a thing. Where is that being filmed? How would I do that? Oh, it's a George R.R. Martin thing. If somebody knows how they're casting extras for that, let me know. I would try to do that because I think that would be fairly hilarious if they cast me there. So just as like guy in background. All right. Yeah, if somebody knows how to do that. Oh, it's apparently being filmed in Ireland. You know, I might actually fly to Ireland for that if that was an option. So yeah, we'll see. All right.
Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Greg, do we have all 12? We're missing 2. All right. As soon as we have the final 2 jurors, we can get started. Very good. Bless you.
If it's being shown to them, shouldn't it be admitted and allowed back? I'm missing something here. The thing is the reason why they don't want to allow it back is the reason why they don't want to send it back is that then the jury is going to spend way too much time on it. So sometimes they got to limit that. And let's cover some super chats here. They're bringing the jury in, so that's why we've got the moment of silence there. Marvin CZ says, just for the goal. Thank you. Geek Butt says, wait a minute, can the defense say something like, well, all our conversations with our client are in the transcript? 'Tis an error when they're the ones not turning it off. No, that's not going to be a help. Chances of inviting Rekieta about the book disagreement. I think Rekieta is doing his own stream, so probably low. Nothing against Rekieta, just, yeah. Honk Banana, no, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Joy W, happy you're recapping, but sad your travel and meetup plans were canceled. Me too. I got to arrange a meetup. Yeah. Vez says, don't feel bad. Weather happens in October. We'll reschedule and even take the motorhome if we want. That sounds like fun. Troy Boy says, thanks for the laugh. My kids haven't had much to laugh at these days, and it makes me happy to hear the laughs again. Please never change, Ian. I will try. The Miss Monty, thank you so much. Vomit Fountain, thank you. It's a me, Tony P. Goal achieved. Thank you. Equality. Not sure what a paloma is, but here you go. So a paloma is a grapefruit drink. I'm not sure what else is in it. Tequila, apparently. So grapefruit and tequila. It's pretty decent, except the canned version sucks. So tough cookie. I'm having a canned paloma, so you should too. Here we go. JC Music Man, start printing selective transcripts for fairness. Joy W says, or thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Vomit Fountain says, please save us from the circular arguing with a Zora story. I have a Zora story. Mary Matilda May, Zora Tales. We need a break from Lewis and Nestor. Yeah, we shouldn't be feeling that, but we are. Vez, we need a Zora story 100%. Fair enough. Josh Glover, I second the dog stories. My hometown is buzzing on the successful rescue a Roddy got that swept away in a flooding creek and stuck under a bridge. Oh, I'm glad that it was a successful rescue. And Janaski says, more Zora is always good. So the Zora story. So for a bit, Zora has been... Zora decided she wanted to like sleep on the floor for a bit. And this was causing me some distress because, I mean, not really distress, but this was causing me, like, I was sad because Zora, I like having Zora snuggle. Like, Zora snuggling at night is one of the things I appreciate in life. So, but she had decided that she liked being on the floor next to Mrs. Runkle. Mrs. Runkle doesn't like Zora, like, curled up with her on the bed. But Zora was basically, Mrs. Runkle had left some pillows on the ground. And so Zora would go and snuggle up in with the pillows on the floor on Mrs. Runkle's side. And I was like, okay, you can make that choice, but it makes me sad. And so that's what she was up to. And then the other night, like yesterday, I'm sitting there. I finished, or day before yesterday, I finished my stream. And I was like, all right, I'm going to play some Sons of the Forest and wind down after the stream, right? Like just to get my head sort of cooled down a little bit so that I could get some sleep. I was like, I'm going to play. And then, like, the door's closed and I hear bump, bump, bump at the door. And I'm like, what is bumping at my door? So I open the door and there's Zora. And Zora is like, what are you doing? And I'm like, okay, do you want to go out? She's like, no, I don't want to go out. So I take her to the door. She doesn't want to go out. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what you want. And I go and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I fire up the game and she just kind of nudges my arm. And I'm like, you want me to go to bed, don't you? And so Zora then, like, when she hears that, she rushes off briefly. And then she comes running back. And she's like, why aren't you following me? You said you're going to bed. Why are you not following me? So I'm like, So I shut the computer down. And I followed Zora. And she's like, all right, bedtime. Awesome. And she jumps up into the bed, waits for me to get in, and then she immediately rolls over and snuggles up against my legs. And I'm like, this is very cute. And damn you for promoting healthy sleeping habits. And then once I'm like there, she rolls her head over to use my legs as a pillow. And so that's what she's been doing for like the last couple of nights now. She's like, all right, it is bedtime. And so she's like, you have to go to bed sooner because I want to go to bed sooner. And then snuggles. And I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. So the dog has basically learned and is trying to teach me to get to bed at a decent hour, which I'm not good at. And it's causing me all sorts of problems because I kind of wanted to get through Sons of the Forest. I'm close to getting through Sons of the Forest. Like, I'm close to the end of it. And I have not finished it yet because when I'm done the stream and have some video gaming time, Zora's like, nope, it is time for sleeps. So I love her, but she's being a jerk in the sweetest way. So yeah. Maybe she finds you to be happier when you're well rested and it's better for your back. Maybe my back is still killing me. So I don't know about that, but all right, let's jump back in here. And yeah. I love that dog to bits. I love Potter too, but Potter's not very snuggly. Potter doesn't like snuggling in the bed or anything, except with this one weird thing. So Potter will snuggle in the bed, but he won't get into the bed while he thinks you're awake. So, like, when I go to bed, Potter will wait until he's pretty sure I'm sleeping, and then he'll jump up in the bed and curl up next to me. But he's like, I need you to be asleep so that you don't try to pat me or something like that. And, but otherwise, Potter just likes to sleep on the couch. But the thing he likes doing as well is he'll when he comes in, he'll insist on getting scritches under his neck, and so he likes the scritches, but otherwise he's like, nah, we're good. All right. So here we have how's Potter's foot? Potter's feet are doing great. He's he's doing fantastic. So let's dive right in with the first witness, which is Carmen Lober.
Matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please have a seat. When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close. Probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms.
That was direct. So what just happened here? Because I saw some people who are on Twitter going, what the hell was this? What the prosecutor did here was he called the witness up, and his direct is, I have no questions. And the thing is that this is a technique to just give the witness to the defense for cross-examination. Now, I see people saying that was nice. It's not nice. He's doing this to overcome the problems with the video that otherwise he would have, right? So that's why he's doing this. But I've had prosecutors do this for me. I had a prosecutor who had a police officer who was like, so the prosecutor, I wanted to cross-examine this police officer. The prosecutor's like, I don't need this officer, so I don't really feel like calling him. And I'm like, well, okay, do you want me to call this officer and then make an application for make an application to have this officer declared adverse in interest? And the prosecutor, who is this prosecutor is kind of a saint. He's kind of a real stand-up dude, right? Like this prosecutor is pretty decent. He's like one of the people who just everything is above board 150%, where it's just like even when he just is trying to make sure that it's always a fair trial, and will go above and beyond to make sure that the client gets a fair trial. Now, I should say he still gets a lot of convictions. He's good at what he does. He's like, I don't need to play any freaking games. I can just, do this well. And yeah. So he called the office, he's like, I'll just call the officer and then just give him to you. So he called the officer, and he's like, no questions, over to defense. And the judge is like, I don't know if the defense gets to cross unless you ask a question or two. And he's like, okay, officer, what's your name? And the officer's like, here's my name. How do you spell your name? Here's how I spell my name. And how are you employed? I'm, an officer with so-and-so. Okay, no further questions, over to defense. And the judge is like, because this was a judge who's a very convicty kind of judge. The judge was like, fine, you asked some questions. Fine. Now, Utah seems to have this rule that you have to cross-examine within the scope of the direct. We don't have that here. I can cross-examine on anything that's relevant on cross. So I don't have to stay within the scope of the direct. I can cross-examine on whatever. So, once he did that, I got to cross-examine on all the things instead of just being able to cross-examine him on his name, which wouldn't have been all that useful. So, all right, here defense goes, and we're going to watch the defense do defensey things. I'm sorry in advance.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lober.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay. So nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right.
She's asking this just to make sure no one's like coached her or anything like that, or given her time to prep or whatever. These are questions, there's the rule of never ask a question you don't know the answer to. These are questions where you do ask the question even though you don't know the answer, because you just want to make sure, right? I don't like the formulation of the rule as never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. I don't think that's a good way of describing the rule. What I would say is never ask a question where the answer could hurt you. Because there's sometimes I've asked questions where it's like, I don't know the answer, but every possible answer is bad, right? That's fine. Were you incompetent or were you malicious is like a great example of this. I don't know, but I'm fine if they say they were incompetent, and I'm fine if they say they were malicious, right? So here we go.
I just have a few questions for you about your probation.
No, they did not bring in the binders. There's no stack of binders.
You've been on since May of 2023 when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes, when you were released from Wasatch County Jail, and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, yes.
All right. All right. So when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes.
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
Correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and
Yes.
everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She
There's
won't
nothing
just
there
call.
yet.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor. Here's it.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lober understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted.
So the objection there is this going in to prove what her probation conditions actually were versus is this going in to prove what she thinks her probation conditions actually were? And did I talk about David Gingras' bar response yet? Not yet. I haven't done a video on that one. A lot of it is just admit, deny. I got to decide if I'm doing a video on it. I suppose I should, but yeah.
For the purpose of showing Ms. Lober's understanding.
Okay. And you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes. I said that. Sorry. But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
So what it turns out is that she's violated lots of conditions, and yeah, that's a whole thing. So okay.
Weapon one? Is that
I'm
what
sorry,
you're talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
And specifically a firearm, right? When they say weapon, I mean, weapon could be all sorts of things, right? Like, this could be a weapon. I mean, arguably, like, depending on context, like right now it's just a prop, right? I'm just, I have this on screen, right? But, like, if I was carrying this around downtown, they would absolutely be like, yeah, this is totally a weapon, right? And, but there's a difference between like this and like a machine gun. Now, in her case, it sounds like she had a handgun. Now, I'm just going to say having a handgun under your bed is, it's not a great look. This could be a weapon, holds up a freaking sword. I mean, in Canadian law, a sword is not necessarily a weapon. Could she plead the fifth? No. Part of her deal is that she can't plead the fifth. She's got immunity, so she doesn't get to plead the fifth because she's got immunity for her testimony here.
So you violated that condition.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You also violated the alcohol condition,
Yes,
correct?
we're going to get to that.
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
My-
So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness defense exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct?
So first she said she had no problems. Now what has she got?
Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also.
No, I did not.
Who believes this? Show of hands. Like, oh, shoot. Share screen. My bad.
2020.
My bad.
Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also.
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
Bynum, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Yeah, I am sorry. I don't believe for a second that she was just buying the drinks and that she never touched the drinks. Because I'm like, yeah, I think actually that you probably drank the drinks, right? Like the I mean, when she talks about like addict minimizing stuff, I think that's kind of the minimizing stuff, right? You know, it's not my drink, it's someone else's. So yeah. And she's on conditions, like she knows that she's not supposed to touch this, and she's going to a concert. Like, let's assume the concert doors open at 7. She's got a curfew of 9. So, like, is she actually supposed to just be there for like, zero. Come on.
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay,
think-
it was
I don't
Detective Maynard contacted you,
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
and you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall the time I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd be to admit. for
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think
Not-
hearsay.
Hearsay, yes.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look.
So the objection for the hearsay is because it's somebody else's statement. And so they can't just tender it in as true because they'd have to actually bring in the person. And I mean, they might. If I was the defense, I would absolutely have that witness on my witness list to bring them in to say, yeah, we breached her because she was drinking. She said she drank. She had booze on her breath. She, whatever it is, right? So, yeah.
With the line that is,
Can't read it.
thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it. The line that is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
I mean, if I was on conditions to be back at home in bed by 9, yeah, I kind of would. Because I know that if I go to that concert, I'm not going to make it home in 9, for 9, right? Just no. 100% no.
Okay. So if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early.
So
I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
Does anyone believe she went to the concert in order to bail? I don't find this super plausible here. Sorry. This isn't working for me. And I mean, I could be wrong. It might be she's being 100% honest. I don't believe her. That is what it is.
So you don't admit that you violated your curfew.
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew.
Yes, but I said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking.
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Can you imagine how much it sucks where you're like, I am on conditions, but I've got this opportunity to go to a concert. I'm going to go see Def Leppard. And it's going to be a great concert. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be all of these things. And turns out one of the probation officers also goes to the same concert. Yeah. She's got bad luck. But the thing is that nobody has the kind of bad luck where they're like, I only breached once and I got caught. If they breached once and got caught, they breached other times. And I mean, this is a fair point. I don't care. The thing is about the I don't care is that it shows that she is under their thumb, right? It shows that if she is, if she doesn't cooperate, she is going to be punished. And I mean, in a perfect world, respectfully, I don't care. I don't think probation means you have to live a miserable existence. Part of the thing about probation is that it's supposed to be punishment. So that is part of it, like that the curfew is supposed to be punishment because you're missing out on stuff you might otherwise want to do. But I mean, if it was up to me, I'd grant an exception. Like it's like, oh, you got concert tickets to see Def Leppard? All right, you can't drink at the concert. You can't touch booze, but we'll give you a later night, for necessities of life. This isn't that she's a liar. That's not the issue. The issue is that she's got motivation to cooperate with the officers because the officers are using these breaches to brace her. That's what this is about. It's not like, oh, because she breached probation, she's a bad person. No, not that. It's that because she breached probation, they have leverage over her, right? That's what this is about, is the officers have leverage. And you might say, yes, they're pretty minor incidents. They're pretty minor incidents that can fuck you over. People on serious charges who are out on probation for like drug treatment or whatever else who end up violated can end up doing ridiculous amounts of time for very trivial violations. This is just saying that she is in a position where they can force her to do what they want. That is still undermining her credibility, that her statement is of less value. Yes, her statement is of less value because the police have a greater ability to pressure her into things. And the corroborating evidence makes her evidence stronger, but you got to balance all of these questions, right? Is she being truthful or is she being forced? This weighs towards potentially being forced, right? So
then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
Can I say I hate Judge Mabee? I don't know Judge Mabee. I've never seen Judge Mabee do anything. But I hate Judge Mabee because I heard this when I was watching court earlier. And you know what I had stuck in my head all day? I had "Call Me Maybe" stuck in my head all day because of Judge Mabee. It's like, hey, I just met you and this is crazy. I'm like, how do I get that out of my head? I don't know how. So, yeah.
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lober?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Here's it.
It's not.
Are we admitting it for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So question her.
Yes.
Just think, if you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right.
Why? The defense just kind of walks into that one, but all right.
All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that. Actually, Your Honor, could I approach 1 second?
Of course.
Now, the person who needed to cross-examine Carmen was not on the defense team. This needed like the Nico LaHood cross-examination, where it's like, sympathetic to Carmen Lober, and saying, you know, I feel really bad for how the police treated you in forcing you to testify against Kouri Richins, right? That's how they should be doing this. Whereas the way they're coming at this is a lot of people are kind of a lot of people are taking this as like the defense is saying Carmen Lober is a bad person. And that is entirely the wrong approach here. They need to not be like Carmen Lober is a bad person. They need to be like Carmen Lober is a good person that the police are abusing. And because she is fundamentally a sympathetic person. And so when you come in there trying to like kick her in the butt, you either need to go really hard on that and make sure that the jury hates her if you've got the ammunition for it, or you need to be like on Carmen Lober's side, right? So you got to pick. You got to pick. So I'm a defense lawyer. Swaying me doesn't mean shit.
I
Yeah.
should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes and no.
It was
most
not.
part,
It wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get you to do something you wanted to do, wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment.
I mean, that one is like, hey, you lied to a judge, right? So you'd lie in court here. If you're going to make that play, you've got to play it a little harder than that. And she's got to decide. Like, she can never decide if she wants this to be a hard cross or a soft cross or where she's going with this, like what the plan is. So I don't know. It's a tough call, right?
Your Honor, that's all we have.
Ms. Lober, you just testified to a gun. You recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
But it's in evidence. Thank
yes.
you.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
But she may leave now. Yes.
Ms. Lober, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
I will also feel really bad for Ms. Lober if she ends up being further called, because like she's going to have a lot of back and forth here on all of this for that. Josh Glover says, at what point do we start thinking they're laying foundation for an ineffective assistance of counsel appeal? Just the number of unforced errors. None of what we've seen is even close to an ineffective assistance of counsel. I know people are like, the defense team sucks. And I think the defense team is pretty bad. Or at least that they've had a lot of blunders. But the thing is that the standard for ineffective assistance of counsel is so low that they are so far away from the ineffective assistance of counsel line that it's not funny. I think they're blundering on a whole bunch of things, but they're not ineffective. They are asking some good questions. So yeah, Law Girls Not Attorneys Due Process became a YouTube member. Welcome aboard. Thank you. I started a new goal, and the new goal is just Runkle grifting. So yeah. What would ineffective assistance of counsel look like? Ineffective assistance of counsel might be something like going against some of the choices that the that actually the accused gets to make. Like, it could be ineffective assistance of counsel if they don't let Kouri Richins testify when she indicates that she wants to. It could be ineffective assistance of counsel there if they kind of join the prosecution's team. There have been cases where the defense like tries to get their client convicted. It can be ineffective assistance of counsel. But it's really hard. It is really, really difficult to get to ineffective assistance of counsel. Let me put it this way. At this point in the trial, the defense team could literally pull out a vodka jug like this one, the gallon jug of vodka, and start taking pulls off it openly in court. And they probably still wouldn't hit ineffective assistance of counsel because the test is so difficult. And, yeah. I don't see it. It's not happening here. And where's all that vodka gone? It's actually evaporated. So is that the same jug as like a year ago? Yes. And I know it sounds like or I know it looks like I've been drinking a whole lot of vodka because now the thing is nearly empty. The plastic is actually, like, if I feel the bottom right now, the bottom of this is wet because it leaks through the plastic. I haven't actually drank much of the giant jug of vodka. It just soaks out. And yeah. Why is it in plastic? Because this is the cheapest vodka you've ever seen in your life. I bought this vodka because the government of Alberta was upset that this vodka exists. Because they're like, how can they get away with selling this kind of cheap vodka in this jug? And so I bought this jug of vodka to do a video about how the government doesn't want the jug of vodka to exist. But I haven't really been drinking it because while it does taste like vodka, it put it this way. Mrs. Runkle tried to make a mixed drink out of it. And she found that the vodka had such a strong like aftertaste that like her drink of like root beer and vodka or whatever was like it ruined the taste. So yeah, had to step away. Didn't know if Runkle saw it, but I'm going to post the Facebook group for KOTSK casting. You might have to send it to me on Twitter because I don't think it'll come up in the chat. So yeah, you may have to do that. All right, so here we go. We got this guy.
Capital DRISCOLL.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before
email
becoming
me.
a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the Sheriff's Office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a K-9 handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper and various other administrative duties.
And I went, wait a minute, this guy was a SWAT sniper? I would love to talk to him about being a SWAT sniper. I don't know if he's the greatest detective. I also was annoyed when I saw this guy get up on the on the stand because I was like, oh God, chat's gonna do this. So chat, try to restrain yourself, because yeah.
When did you become a detective?
No?
July
Okay.
of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes everywhere from.
What the? Okay, I don't like that. An error occurred. We are gonna see if we can fix that. That I don't know why that happened. All right, we're gonna try.
As well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a K9 handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
When did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, fraud.
Okay, so what is this guy's role in this trial? This guy's role is to show up and tender a bunch of documents. That's really his thing, right? So, here is a thing where they did a search for Eric Richins to see, does he have any prescriptions for controlled drugs? And they're like, he does not have any prescriptions for, for opiates, etc. So, all right. And then here we have some discussion of, here we have discussion of gummies.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
You see what? So can I just say how sad it is? Because you can see what Kouri Richins was stored in his phone as. You see that? She was stored in his phone as my princess. My princess. Kouri Richins had it good. She just fucked it up because of Kouri Richins. Fair. It is by far not the worst thing I have seen in I have seen people's phones. I have seen how people had like various people stored in their phones. And my princess is pretty good overall. So yeah. He threatened a dog. Did that come out in testimony today? I missed that if it came out in testimony today. If you're wondering what my wife is stored in my phone as, just her name. Just that's it. But I've seen people stored as all sorts of things. I had a file where the guy's wife was stored as don't answer. And his girlfriends were stored with pet names, but his wife was stored as don't answer. And there was like 4. So yeah, it was not good. It was not yeah. That didn't go well for him. At the Nice Theater, Carter's going to the rodeo with Tisha and my dad, then staying at his house. We have a Nice Theater where I am. There's the VIP theater. We do that occasionally. The VIP theater where I am is expensive, but they let you drink in the theater, which is kind of, and they have really comfy seats. I kind of like the VIP theater because I have a bad back and the really comfy seats are so nice. What? Ha ha ha, that's awesome. What rodeo? At the Golden Spike Arena. Just Carter and Tisha. We're going to mute this because it sounds like they're running a fountain. Oh, never mind. I read that wrong. They don't say anything during the text, so we're just muting it. I thought it said Carter and Tisha were going and your dad was staying at his house, as in not going. So Sweats, Hoodies, Gummy, James Bond movie at the Nice Theater. That is Kouri Richins suggesting the Gummy. And so the reason why they're presenting this is to be like, Kouri was the one who liked the gummies, not Eric. Now, the gummies thing is, I see a lot of people in the chat saying this is completely a non-issue. I don't know that it's completely a non-issue. If he occasionally takes gummies, and if the gummies are illicitly sourced, then there is the possibility that he could have taken a gummy that contains 0 THC and entirely fentanyl, because these things are on the street. That said, if this is not playing with you in the chat, then I don't think it's playing with the jury either. I can understand from an intellectual defense lawyer perspective that how this could be, this is an argument, but I don't think it's playing with the jury, because honestly, I have yet to see anybody sort of going along with it there. So, yeah. I'd like to get some grub first if gummies are in the forecast. No one in the streets sells fentanyl in gummies. You're wrong about that, but okay. There are all sorts of things. You name it, anything on the street is sometimes laced with fentanyl, because fentanyl is surprisingly cheap. Haha, yeah, steak sounds pretty good. The movie doesn't start till 8. I haven't had steak in forever. I kind of want a steak, but steaks are so expensive now. And then there's a GIF that was sent. They say GIF, I say GIF. And now we need audio.
119, dude, please.
Everything gets cut with fent these days. Like just everything. I see so much, I see people getting killed on all sorts of stupid, fentanyl overdoses. And yeah, gummies are legal. No need to buy in the street. There was some evidence that suggested they might have had some off-brand street gummies. So yeah.
Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is.
The reason why is that fentanyl is cheap. Fentanyl is very cheap. And they just put like a tiny microscopic amount. But the problem is that they're not good at even dosing. So, yeah.
This is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, say moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
The taste of fentanyl is terrible. Here's the thing. If you can taste the fentanyl, you're already dead. Because fentanyl is lethal at amounts that are like tiny amounts. So usually what you'd taste on something like that would be like the binders and whatever else. But like the amount of fentanyl that can kill you is an amount that you cannot taste. It's potentially an amount you can barely see. Fentanyl is basically, you taste the binders, you taste the, all the other things, but in pure forms, fentanyl is basically, yeah. It's basically like the worst form of magic. So the boys are wondering when you're coming home. No, you are you, and you're wondering, not them. What is it? So that's her disagreeing. I'll call you on my way. No, I'd never go hang out with girls and miss the boys' games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing. So you can see Eric is like, why are you being so, why are you being so whatever? So, yeah. How did that even start with fentanyl? So there's this thing. It is called the Iron Law of Prohibition. And we're gonna just have a little detour here. I should have made this a goal, but we're not going to make it a goal. The Iron Law of Prohibition is that bans get you stronger drugs. And so you might be thinking, wait, how does that work, that bans make stronger drugs? Well, so let's talk about this. When they banned alcohol in the US, what happened? Well, all of the beer disappeared. All of the wine disappeared. Now, you could buy grape blocks, which were these blocks of grape juice or like grape concentrate that you would make wine at home. But if you went to a speakeasy, they wouldn't have beer. They wouldn't have wine because nobody was smuggling beer and wine. What they were smuggling was hard liquor. And the reason why is because if you're smuggling like a wagon full of something, well, why not smuggle hard alcohol instead of beer? Because the same, a dose of a dose of my mixed Paloma is a can size, right? A dose of beer is a can size. A dose of hard alcohol is an ounce. It's a little tiny amount, right? So you smuggle the hard alcohol. It's just how that works. So what happens when you ban opiates? Well, when opiates were legal at one point, and they were popular. Lots of people used to consume opiates when they were legal. And opiates were consumed in basically two forms during those days. Form number one was if you were poor, you bought just opium, like just opium, straight opium. And you would go to an opium den and you would smoke it there and you would just kind of sit around. But opium was hard to kill yourself with, believe it or not, because opium was it's low dose, right? It's basically just straight poppy sap. And so by the time you're hitting a lethal dose of opium by smoking it, you're knocked yourself out and you're sleeping, right? So opium didn't have a lot of overdoses, but it did have a lot of people who ruined their lives going to opium dens and were just completely, basically losers. So that was opium. But if you were rich, you didn't smoke opium because that was kind of not cool. It was what the poors did. So instead, if you had money, you would buy a substance called laudanum. And laudanum was opium dissolved in alcohol. And so you might know laudanum if you actually got, if you read like the stories of H.P. Lovecraft, because in Lovecraft stuff, people often turn to laudanum to like dull the feelings of horror of the, Lovecraft stuff. But if you were wealthy, you didn't touch opium because that was like the dirty, gross, like it's what bums do. But what you would instead do is you'd sip laudanum. Now, later on, you started to get stronger opiates kind of hitting the scene. There was morphine, but morphine initially wasn't heavily abused. It was used in hospitals and so forth, but people mostly consumed things like, the opium or the laudanum. But then when they banned the laudanum and they banned the opium, people started diverting the morphine. And so then they had problems with abuse of morphine. And so then they invented a new drug that was supposed to end the abuse of morphine. And it was going to be a huge, big moment. And you know what they called it? They called it heroin. The first words of heroin is hero. It was actually like heroin was supposed to be the hero on the scene to stop morphine abuse. And how'd that work out? Now, the thing is that if you are smuggling heroin, you basically can't find heroin on the streets anymore, at least not in my area. Heroin basically just doesn't exist. And the reason why is because let's imagine you're smuggling this size of heroin. This is a lot, right? This is a lot of heroin, this block. This would be, but this size of fentanyl is huge. This size of fentanyl is thousands and thousands and thousands of doses. So if you're smuggling a small amount of drugs, why would you smuggle this amount of heroin when instead you can smuggle this amount of fentanyl? So people are smuggling the fentanyl instead because you can sell a dose of fentanyl for the same price that you'd sell a dose of heroin for, but you get way more out of it. So, basically nobody smuggles heroin into my area. You just cannot find it. But instead, it's fentanyl everywhere. And people will sell stuff as heroin that has no heroin in it. Like if you buy heroin, and even if you buy something that looks like, black tar heroin, so it looks like it's very distinctively heroin, it's fake heroin. Like they're counterfeiting the heroin with fentanyl. When you actually, when they actually test the heroin on the street, it's all fentanyl. So there's stuff they're selling as it, but it isn't. So yeah, it's a terrifying world out there. When fentanyl came out on the street, every defense lawyer started losing clients. And by losing clients, I don't mean that they fired us. I mean, they were dying. Left, right, and center. They were dying all over the place. And it wasn't always the clients you thought. I'd have clients who said, I don't have to worry about, fentanyl because I just smoke meth. That's all I do. And then they would die suddenly because they got meth that has fentanyl in it. They would buy like anything, and whatever they'd buy, there'd be fentanyl in it. And here's the problem with fentanyl. Well, I mean, there's lots of problems with fentanyl, but here's one problem that causes all of the deaths, right? So you get this quantity of fentanyl, and it's like 100,000 doses or whatever it is, right? So what do? Well, if you were a pharmacist that was trying to turn this much fentanyl, or like a drug, like a proper professional pharmaceutical lab, and you were trying to turn like this much fentanyl into proper pills, right? What you would do is you would grind this up with specialized instruments like a ball mill, such that you would get this exactly like powdered super fine. And then you would have mixing tools that would mix it evenly. And these tools are really expensive. They're like $100,000 equipment in order to properly mix the drug with the binder such that each pill is a consistent dose, right? And that's really important because you need each pill to be a consistent dose. But the drug addicts don't have access to the expensive ball mills. They don't have access to the expensive tools. So what do? They throw it into a blender. They hit go on the blender, right? And the blender goes zzz. Now here's the problem with the blender. The blender doesn't break it up evenly. And if you get a little tiny little flake that is not properly broken up, that little tiny flake is like 60 doses. That little tiny, tiny, tiny flake is 60 doses. And they put that into a pill. And you take that pill thinking, you're getting one dose, you're getting 60. Well, you're dead, right? You're done. That's it, right? And the reason why you died was somebody's blender didn't quite blend evenly enough. Here's the other problem is street culture. Because one of the things addicts are worried about is they're worried about getting shorted. Addicts are constantly worried about getting bad drugs, not so much in the lethal direction. They're worried about getting bad drugs in the getting ripped off kind of way. Because let's imagine you're a serious opiate addict, right? So what have you been doing all day? You have been breaking into cars. You've been stealing people's iPhones. You've been all of this and hustling and hustling and hustling, doing crime, like petty crime, in order to get the money to buy the drugs to get your fix, right? So that's what you've been doing all day. And then you go and you buy some, some pills or some whatever. And it turns out it's got no drugs in it. And so now you have spent your entire day trying to get the money for the drugs, and you are just in withdrawal anyway. And withdrawal is terrible. People People hate withdrawal because it is miserable, miserable, miserable. So they want to avoid that. So what happens on the street? Well, they hear that Bob dies, right? Bob has died of a fentanyl overdose. And you know what everybody on the street wants to know? They want to know who sold Bob the lethal pills. They want to know who sold that. And you know why they want to know? It's not because they want to avoid the dealer. It's because they want to go buy from that dealer. Because you know that dealer is selling real stuff. If Bob died, a dealer who sells stuff that ends up accidentally killing a client. And I mean, the dealers aren't intentionally killing their client, like their customers that way. Because they'd rather sell stuff to Bob forever, right? But the dealer, when their client dies, they don't lose customers. They gain customers. So it's a fucked up world out there. It is really awful. It is all the things. And yeah. So as a defense lawyer, the number of clients I have seen that have died from fentanyl overdoses is a lot. You go in, you've got a court date, you speak to a matter, you're like, and I'd now like to express the matter, or like address the matter of Bob Bobson. And the prosecutor stands up and says, Crown would like to withdraw. And you're like, why are we withdrawing? Like, I'm not upset, but why are you withdrawing? And they're like, yeah, we just got notice that Bob died. It's like, oh, how'd Bob die? Overdose. It's like, well, shit, I liked Bob. So this is kind of the referred trauma that defense lawyers get, because you meet a client, you build up a rapport with a client, you get to know the client, maybe you've met their parents, maybe you've taken a whole bunch of steps to try to get Bob off the, try to get Bob into treatment and so forth. And then suddenly you're getting told that he's dead, or Bob's mom phones you and is is sobbing on the phone because Bob has died and she doesn't know who else to call, because she certainly can't call her coworker at work to talk about how her son just died of an overdose. So she calls the lawyer and she's crying. And you're like, and this is tragic. There's all these faces of people I knew and had a connection with who are now dead. So, I mean, I wish I had good answers here. I really wish I had good answers here, and I don't. I don't know how to fix this, but it is it's a thing, right? And I say Bob because I can't tell you people's actual names, right? But I try to remember their names because it's terrifying. So all right, here we go. Well, let's go back to it. Kouri and Eric fighting here. More GIF files. Can you bring me home soup, please? And what does she say? Yep, what you want, beautiful. Or no, sorry, what's Eric say? Thank you. If Dairy Queen isn't too busy, that works. I assume that's Dairy Queen, whatever they have. Or chicken noodle at Kneaders, whatever. I don't know. Gummy time? Yes! Exclamation mark. So talking about the gummies here. Oh, it's actually Dairy Keen. Huh. I didn't know that. I might have, I mean, if I ever end up in Utah again, I'll have to check it out.
With a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent.
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
I actually think the defense should have won this one. I don't think that the children's book should have come in. And I know there's people who are like, you know, why shouldn't the children's book come in? Here's the thing. The children's book is not probative of anything. All the children's book is it's prejudicial. It is purely prejudicial because, like, the children's book is equally consistent with she killed him as it is with she didn't kill him, right? So it's not consciousness of guilt because she could have written the book if she didn't kill him. And I think her claims to be an author bring it in. I don't think so. Not every lie that somebody is told is, you know, it comes in. And people use ghostwriters all the time. One of the things we find out is that she hired a ghostwriter. The ghostwriter thing, I am like, who gives a fuck? Because everybody hires a ghostwriter. If you bought a book from a celebrity, the celebrity almost certainly did not write that book. Hillary Clinton wrote a book. She didn't write the book. Michelle Obama wrote a book. She didn't write the book. Barack Obama claims he wrote his own book, but says Michelle Obama used a ghostwriter. There are ghostwriters for everybody out there, right? So if you think that you are reading the book that was written by some famous person, it was ghostwritten. Like, it was ghostwritten. So much ghostwritten, right? And so her having a ghostwritten book doesn't, to me, mean a thing. Nick brought up your tweet on his show today, talked about this. What did he say about my tweet? Well, I suppose doesn't much matter, but so I don't think that this actually matters, right? Like, I mean, if somebody came to me today and said, we will pay you $1 million to write a book, I'd be like, I ain't got the time. I'm going to take, $100,000 of that and I'm going to hire a ghostwriter and like, we will do that. Right. So the ghostwriting thing, oh yeah, let's talk about this. Yeah. But ghostwriting children's books. Yes. Let's talk a little bit about the publishing industry, folks. We're going to go on another little tangent because of all the... So the publishing industry, at least at one point, is very stratified as to like genres. So you got your romance, books, you got your science fiction books, you got your, whatever other books, all of these things. But one of the hardest categories to get published in is children's books. Children's books, A, have a ton of competition, and B, children's books require an incredible amount of skill. You might say, oh, well, how hard is it to write a book like Where the Wild Things Are? Really fucking hard, actually. Like, it is really, really hard to write children's books. So absolutely, absolutely children's books ghostwriter because Yeah. Julie Grant is no longer with Court TV. Thank goodness. Yeah, Julie Grant sucks. I will not be offering a job with the Runkle network with Julie Grant. But I mean, children's books are really hard. They've got to be simple, but they've got to be catchy. They've got to be like all of these things, right? Children's books are, I mean, you know, you're just like, oh, it's just children's books. It's like saying, you know, how do I put this? It's like, you know, going into cooking and saying, oh, you know, it's just a flan or just, you know, something like that, right? Like children's books are really difficult. Yes, Julie Grant also blocked me on Twitter. 100%. She's blocked a whole lot of people. She was not good at taking criticism. So, yeah. Runkle, didn't they bring that into head off the claims that the Walk the Dog letter was her new book that she was writing? If I was the defense, I would have said, listen, they can bring this in if we open the door, but until we open the door about her claiming that that the Walk the Dog letter is a work of fiction, that you can't get it in, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I do not think that this that the ghost written thing is I do not think that the ghost written thing at all is you know, I don't think it matters, and I don't think it should have been allowed in. I think it's extremely prejudicial and 0% probative. The fact that she wanted to make money on it also doesn't prove shit because, of course, after the fact, she needed money, right? And that's whether or not she killed him. Consciousness of guilt. How's it consciousness of guilt? Because, again, it's equally consistent, right? Consciousness of guilt is things you would only... So let's talk about consciousness of guilt evidence, right? So normally you would say that the only things relevant to a murder would be the things that were like leading up to the murder or immediately after that are connected to the murder. Like, you know, were you cleaning up the blood or whatever else, right? But consciousness of guilt things can be any actions that you take later on that indicate that you were guilty that you would only take if you were guilty is kind of the inference, right? So let's consider a possibility here, right? Like, let's imagine that, you know, Bob's wife dies, right? And she dies in some sort of like horrible, you know, she dies in a car accident, right? Her brakes fail and, you know, and she crashes into an oncoming bus and she dies, right? Okay, now Bob then goes about his business and whatever else. But then somebody, like, nobody suspects anything is unusual, but somebody buys the wrecked car at like a scrapyard, right? They buy the wrecked car just to see if there's any parts. And in the course of buying this wrecked car, they go through it and they're like, holy shit, someone cut the brake line. Like, this brake line was cut. And that person calls Bob and says, Bob, I got to tell you something. I just found out something really, like, you know, really terrifying. I think somebody murdered your wife. Her brake line was cut. Well, what does Bob do? There's lots of options. Bob could be like, oh my God, save that vehicle. I'm calling the cops, and get on the phone with the cops and like, oh my God, you know, we got to... That kind of suggests that Bob isn't in on it, right? But if instead Bob then goes and immediately starts doing Google searches for, you know, non-extradition countries and luxury prisons for the rich, And then Bob buys plane tickets to Vietnam and immediately like flees the country, right? Well, then we think that Bob might have consciousness of guilt, because why the hell would you immediately try to flee to a non-extradition country if you didn't have anything to do with a murder, right? So this is consciousness of guilt. It's an action you would only take if you were guilty and you were planning on, because the not guilty person is probably not trying to flee the country, right? But Bob writing a book after his wife dies about how sad he is that his wife is dead is equally consistent with Bob murdered her and is trying to cover things up, or Bob didn't murder her and is just real sad that his wife is dead, right? So I don't think that actually goes at all for consciousness of guilt, because, it's just an action you would take either way, in the same way that, like, Bob attended the funeral isn't consciousness of guilt. Bob ate a steak isn't consciousness of guilt, because everybody's got to eat, right? Any of these things that just are equally consistent doesn't tell you anything. So I don't think this should have gone in. I don't think that this tells us anything.
Court stands on its prior ruling, please.
And I don't think that it was Kouri who did this. Kouri's mom sent the book to the police, if I recall correctly. So Kouri's mom sending the book to the police doesn't mean shit about Kouri.
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators.
Oh, I mean, this is absolutely an excellent point, is the date she created the Word file for the story about grieving matters. If she made it before his death, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if she worked out a deal with the book company about, like, hey, I'm planning on publishing a book about grief, when your husband dies and the husband's still alive, then that's excellent evidence, right? But that's not where they're at. So
From the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Miss Richins and reporters.
Shout out to local news channel.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please?
I keep wanting to hear Scott go, no, get it yourself. I mean, he's not, because Scott is awesome, but it would make me laugh.
Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
So that is her doing a media tour. And I have no idea why this is relevant, but yeah. I'm not seeing it. Oh, and it's slowed it down.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production. They produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and they looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115?
And again, her signing up to promote her book doesn't mean shit to me. Like, it just doesn't.
Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins in Good Things, Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct. And the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri
No,
Richins.
just the,
Very good.
the text,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
screenshot.
to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up.
So it says, I've just written what appears to be the first children's book about losing a parent. I doubt it is the first children's book about losing a parent, but okay, like whatever, we'll just let that slide. What is it? My husband passed away last year and we have 3 young boys. I wrote this book to help kids find comfort and peace when losing a parent or anyone close to them. I hope to promote it on your show to help parents comfort their children with such a tragic life event. Okay. All right. And they say, hi, Kouri, we'd love to feature your children's book on losing a parent. Is it currently available for purchase? Also, would it be possible for you to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting your book? And hi, Jill, that's amazing news. I'm so excited. I am not doing an accent. She just says, I so excited. Yes, the book is available on Amazon. Here's the link. Are you with me? And then there's a link. I'm not going to follow the link. I doubt the book is still for sale. Of course, I would love to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting the book. ! Absolutely. ! Please let me know, or please let me in. Please let me in now. I'm guessing that was no. If there's anything I can also share. So what are next steps? So happy you reached out. So I'm looking forward to hearing back from you. All right. If you have one, it's probably now a collector's item. If you have one that's signed, that's kind of gruesome. So, yeah. Good morning, Jill. Yes, I'm available that day, so they work out a day. Don't hesitate to reach out with any questions. I'm happy to help. So please plan on staying with us, okay? Just checking to see if you can send over talking points. Connection, continuity, care. So connection, keep the person's spirit alive who's passed, talking about them, sharing memories of them, doing the things they used to do, letting children tell stories of those loved ones. Continuity, try and keep routines and schedules as normal as possible. Sports, school pickups and drop-offs, living situation, friends, etc. Keep their normal daily environment for as long as possible. Care, affirming their feelings, understanding when they're sad, mad, lonely, and talking about those feelings, and letting them know it's okay. Not changing their feelings, but letting them cope with the stages of grief with plenty of hugs, kisses, empathy. Just maybe not any mules, though. No mules. So talking about discount codes and all of that. And the last thing I don't think should have properly been shown to the jury because it was a thing saying, and here's our correspondence with Kouri. That was. What kind of booze? So the Moscow Mule is with vodka, but you can make different kinds of mules with different kinds of like alcohol. Personally, there's a bar that does a London Mule, which they put gin in. I like the London Mule better than the Moscow Mule. I have yet to try like the tequila mules or the bourbon mules or various other things, but yeah.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
She's like, objection Yahtzee, and the judge is like, what? By the way, the Dairy Queen, I have been looking at their webpage on the other side, and I'm just like, I want to eat there, and also I want to make their recipes. I might have to steal one of their recipes, and by steal, I mean I'll contact them and ask them for permission to include in the Runkle recipe book. So, yeah.
Actually have an authenticity objection.
Yes.
Please approach.
You know, it's really not good when the judge is like, do you actually have an authenticity objection? It's like the judge asking, are you serious? And she's like, yes. And I'm like, oh.
Redact all text below the photograph, please.
Now it sounds like the defense partially won at least the objection because they did cut out a bunch of the other stuff. So, yeah.
In the caption to the photograph, please. No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
Oh. So, I mean, the thing about we're going to cut out the captions, I'm like, that makes sense. Is she out on bond? I don't think she is. I think she's in custody. and she's just being she's just allowed to dress up in normal people clothes for a fair trial. Like that's
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
Do you want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it.
Okay.
Now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh man, this Dairy Keen sidetrack for my brain now has me super hungry.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technician scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 4-1 and 4-3, Your Honor.
Okay. Overruled. States Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
All right. So, are you with me? And it notes, a gift for you. There are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and adoring mother. Thought you should know, from Anonymous. As Emily would say, the audacity of this move. And whoever the fuck did this, like, have they not seen any true crime anything? Don't poke the police. Like, oh, right, we want to help Kouri by pissing off the cops and prodding them? No. No. Wow. The real Emily Ross. I don't think you answered, Runkle. If you did, I didn't see or hear it. What kind of book would Bob write? I mean, Bob is different things depending on what I need him to be in a hypothetical. But for the last hypothetical, I would say Bob would probably write a book on auto maintenance. Now, this apparently was Kouri's mom deciding to send it. And frankly, Kouri's mom should possibly think about like write an apology letter to Kouri, you know, which she'll have to send through prison mail because like this is insane. This is crazy business, right? I just I do not get this at all as to why they would do this. Like this is how do you do this? Like, also, I see people in the chat saying funeral potatoes are good. I just looked at the recipe for funeral potatoes and I'm like, I don't think so, but I'm going to have to try them. So, yeah, this is bizarre. This is what the Riddler sends to Commissioner Gordon. Yeah, right. Twist ending. Her mother actually hates her and wanted her in jail. I mean, that would actually make a pretty consistent story here. So, yeah.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back.
Why the fuck would you do anything? Like, if you're on Team Kouri, why would you do anything where you are getting the police to write a subpoena? Like, oh my God, why?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
So is Lisa Darden the mom? Yeah.
8-34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March 21st, 2023?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Now, the thing is I don't know what the relevance of the mom sending it, because if the mom sent it, then, like, what does this matter, right? I don't get it, but they're like, mom sent this. Okay.
Detective, is Lisa Darden Kouri Darden's mother?
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection 4143 and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Bookwriting Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type.
Ghostwriter, right? It's a ghostwriter.
Regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Bookwriting Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
And, like, I don't get why this is relevant here, but okay.
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Bookwriting Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging Bookwriting Lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled.
And I'm like, this is actually a potential appeal ground. Like, when they go to appeal, this will be one of the things. If I was writing the appeal, I'd be arguing this, going, there is no actual probative value to this, but it's highly prejudicial. This could be what changed the jury's verdict. Therefore, like, I mean, I would be absolutely arguing the shit out of this if I was the appeals counsel. I don't think I would have let this in. I haven't seen the arguments, but I cannot imagine an argument that gets this in. To me. Now, I know there's people who disagree, but I don't see this as consciousness of guilt. I don't see it as any of that.
States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, With respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are
Thank you,
authored
Tonks.
by
I will,
Kouri Richins.
I'll
You
read
may
that out when I
consider
can.
the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon.
Somebody said her mom is in court. Where's her mom? That's her mom right there. Where's her mom?
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121.
What a day for the mom to show up, man.
For their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to go through 141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
So there's the thing about shirts. Ha ha ha. What's the book called? And then there's the picture of the cover. It turned out so cute, just something for the boys and to understand the book writing process to get ready for the big one. When is it on Amazon? We submit on Thursday to Amazon for review, and they approve 24 to 48 hours, then it'll be live. So I'm thinking Monday, we'll have the final draft tomorrow night. Awesome, so proud of you. Thanks, bro. By the way, I really hate bro. Just bro. It winces. But I'm so excited. I don't really feel like it's real until I have an official copy, though. So we will see. I really just want to understand the book process, so I'm ready to go. I already spoke to a writer for my book. I'm debating starting it now, and they could start on quite a few chapters before this is all over, just to get a jump start. Not sure. Bra also sucks. I think that this should have been allowed if they argued that on, then it should have been allowed on rebuttal. But if they don't argue it at trial, then I don't see any relevance to it. What's something like that cost, assuming you have to alternate names? So the kid's book wasn't bad at all, assuming everything turns out the way it's supposed to cost $2,500. And so they estimate $10,000 for the others. So did book launch? Not yet. I made some last minute changes. They'll get the changes back to me today and then hopefully Friday. I had them add in this picture in the beginning. Is that a picture of them hanging with Jesus? I don't know what that is, but I have some concerns. Okay. Good luck, little sis. You have nothing to worry about. Stay calm. Thank you. You can log on and watch. So, yeah.
Scott 2-113, please.
Could it go to motive for the book profit? I mean, do we really think she murdered him in order to write a book? Yeah. I mean, if you think she killed him, you probably think she killed him for the estate, the inheritance, the life insurance, all of those things. I don't think that if you're going with she murdered him, I don't think the book was part of the plan. And we got to do this. Where's the... Hey, good to see you, Battleborn Pride. So thank you for the 50 gifted memberships, turning the entire chat green. So thank you so much. All right, carrying on here. I don't think the book was planned to make her look innocent. I think the book was to make money. Like, I think that she was just short of money, and she's like, well, let's make some dollars on this, so.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
I just kind of look forward to finding out, if she does well at the soup empire thing. Like, how many soups is she going to get? I suspect she's not going to have a good time in prison, and I suspect that's where she's going, but we'll see.
Scott 2-114, please. Oh, yeah, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute?
He's like, you don't have to keep objecting, but okay.
Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
Yay, yay. Yep, I think Carter Kouri sounds better. How much do you make per book? Haha, it sounds way better. Oh my god, they would die. It'd be so funny. Yes, it would. So on Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through, and I'll make $10 a book. Nice. Yeah, the next 30 days are just extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. So she was hoping to make anywhere between $500,000 and $1 million on that. So, yeah. What is it? Somebody asking, have I ever throat punched anyone? That's a weird question. That's her mom? Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach on a legal?
Now I'm just trying to go back and find that. That's her mom or somebody else? Because, yeah. All right, jumping ahead a little bit here. Judge kicks everybody out for a little bit, and then we come back. No dark hair. People saying keep going back. Can we see her here? The older lady with the glasses in the back. Oh, here? Just by the mirror? Black coat, glasses. I mean, it doesn't much matter, but yeah. I'm not super fussed about it, but yeah. Look for the close-up. People want me. Okay, if people really want me to. Her. This is mom. Okay. Yeah, I mean, she's got to be having a shit day. It's got to feel real bad if she's the one who sent that book, because that book did not go over well. Life choices. Here we go.
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Executive, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lober?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lober. So we started looking into Carmen Lober and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution.
Now, this part kind of pissed me off because he's like, we did all of this shit. And I'm like, who's we, motherfucker? Because a lot of this shit, it sounds like the police got not so much from like we but from the private investigator. And so when you're wondering, like, hey, yeah, like, this guy doesn't know a whole lot of things. And I think a lot of it is because the private investigator was the guy who did the heavy lifting.
We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County.
Did you, or did the private investigator tell you that and tell you to that was relevant?
My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Von Savage was also in drug court with her and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Von Savage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Von Savage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded.
That I can believe that they started doing because, the PI wouldn't have had access to that.
And we found an instance where Mr. Von Savage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lober. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia specifically.
So let's talk about your trash. The courts have generally found that you have no privacy interest in garbage. Like once you put your garbage out to be disposed of, that it just gets tossed out. Now, the other thing here is that I kind of feel like those rulings could be shaken. And the way I feel like those rulings could be shaken is if you actually started applying this to like judges and police officers and so forth. Because, in theory, it's legal to go to the judge in your town, find out where they live, and then dig through their garbage. Like, take their garbage and... Now, I'm betting that if I did that, I would get in so much shit if I did that with like an Edmonton judge, figured out where they lived, and then dug through their trash. I bet I would get into no end of shit. So yeah, it's just one of those things where I suspect that judges make the rulings, but they don't actually think about like those things being possibly applied to them. And yeah.
Tinfoil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tinfoil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
Oh, I'm sorry, a moment. Mr. Lloyd, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do?
Narrative means you got to have questions. The problem with the objection is it's just kind of an objection for no purpose, because all they're going to get to is now he's going, so what did you do next? What'd you do next? What'd you do next? Which, isn't super helpful, but okay.
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lober's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lober's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lober's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Ms. Lober specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lober's room,
So even though she wasn't necessarily on conditions at this point, she's not allowed to have the gun because, criminal. So, yeah.
did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please?
Now that's a consciousness of guilt. There we go. Now we're into consciousness of guilt. Okay.
Sir, is that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lober's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Detective, what was your impression of?
So, are we ever going to get to say hi to Mrs. Runkle? She doesn't really want to, what is it? She doesn't really want to be, on screen, but she might have come to the Montreal meetup on the 13th if it had happened, but didn't happen. So, because Mrs. Runkle would have been coming with me to Montreal, and yeah.
Kind of the collection of material on the left.
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lober's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lober's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lober while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
This is actually really common if they've got a warrant to search your house. What they'll often do is they'll wait for you to leave your house, and then they'll pull you over. And while you're pulled over, they will, if they've got a warrant to search your car, they'll search your car. You're at the roadside, but it keeps you from being near your house, right? So, yeah. All right, I'm gonna put up a goal for a possible spoiler here. All right, here we go.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lober into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lober at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lober. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information.
Self-preservation. What he means here is she's got a history of snitching. He's like, when she gets into trouble, she rats people out. That's what he means by self-preservation, right? And his way of saying it is way nicer. But yeah, he's like, we know she's a snitch. We know she's, she's willing to do that. And I'm like, oh, I'm just going to say, Carmen, if you're out there, if you're watching, stay on the straight and narrow. Get better, stay out of trouble, stay clean. Because if you go back into the criminal world and this is all out there about, snitching, you are in some danger. Stay the fuck out of that, because that world is closed to you. That world is not for you anymore. You're done, right? You finished. And it should be a good thing, right? I want the best for you. I want you to stay clean. I want you to stay healthy. I want you to stay, all of that. But yeah, she can't hear you yet, but she might be on replay crew once she's not subpoenaed. So once she's not under subpoena, if she watches this, stay out of trouble, right? Because it's real bad if any of that goes on. And yes, Carmen, if you're watching this now, like contemporaneously, stop. Wait, come back on replay crew after you're done with the subpoena. But yeah.
In exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be?
The judge is like, can you stop with the freaking Yahtzee objections? Right? Like, can you stop the Yahtzee objections? Because, just pick your best one.
Specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike.
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Lober.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach? Jerry, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
I like how the judge is like, after she's had some time to explain her objection, I no longer believe it's a good objection. Oof. I don't think anyone would advise to snitch. I don't know about that, because I actually think that that she made a really good choice, because she could be going to jail for like forever, right? This Carmen Lober's making off like a bandit. If she ends this trial and she's clean and she doesn't go to jail and she all of these things, Carmen Lober is the winner of this trial. Like, winner of this trial by a long shot. Because basically she was on a path to fucktown. And she, yeah. So, I mean, if she were my client and she was sitting in my, in my office going, should I snitch on this one? I'd be like, are they opening that up to us? Like, if that's an option, fucking take it. Right. take it 100%.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lober's motive for self-preservation upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lober when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lober, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question?
So basically, she is going to jail for the rest of time unless she gets real cooperative with, and provides them something useful. What are they not gonna cut her loose on? You better believe they're not going to cut her loose if she says, well, I don't know anything. Because if she says, I don't know anything, I don't have anything for you, I got nothing, the judge is they're absolutely not going to, give her a break. So this to me, I've got some problems with, right?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lober more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes, there was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lober initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs?
So she wasn't super cooperative until eventually she starts giving up. I'm like, all of this is making me have some feelings, right? So,
on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier.
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transaction?
Object to leading.
Overruled. Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lober. You said Kouri Richins.
Carmen Lober.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lober that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading. Object.
Overruled.
that actually was leading, and that should have been granted.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lober that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate?
By the way, when they say we need stuff to corroborate, it's because they don't think she's credible on her own.
The information.
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need, and it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lober 6 times between April the 27th, 2023 and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was, yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lober, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses. And then we would go back, we would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lober regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
The defense is like, objection, this is undermining our attempt to, sway the... Yeah, I get it.
What's the basis of the objection?
It's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
This one, she should have gone up. She should have said, can we approach?
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Did you hear the, oh my God?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter Carmen Lober asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight, but that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as a...
All right, we're going to skip ahead a little bit here to this.
didn't deserve that.
Okay,
So I don't know that for sure because I don't know their personal situation.
Totally agreed.
I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're gonna need you to really settle down and maybe take a pad and paper.
Even if I get
and try to write
out
out
tomorrow, whatever, we meet again, I can go
Well,
through
we're gonna talk
everything.
about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
Do you understand these details that you're giving us are kind of hazy?
That's because it's to me.
It's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, was the reason we're here. There's a
Like, I don't know if I should reach out to
homicide.
Susan Kohler and say, hey, do you know about approximately the time?
You know, I bet they would be fun to get a drink with, to be honest.
When I got those pills from you. I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying, we're gonna need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with her. But the details about everything we've been talking about are gonna be important.
Right.
The homicide investigation.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too. Not just you to think about, like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So right now, we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system, the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details.
I'm just going to note here, you see how she's got her back towards the door and how they're all sitting at a table just kind of together. This is the way they set up the room when they are not, when she's not the suspect. If she was the suspect, she would be in the corner of the room and they'd have the table sort of boxing her in and all of the officers would be kind of surrounding her. So yeah. People saying, go get my leftovers. No, after stream. That's
After. That means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch it out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now. And then we can work on the detail as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember.
In my second time, everything I just told you, I probably wouldn't remember what order I told you in.
It's okay. And that's fine, because you know what? We want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us.
That's what I can't remember.
I remember it. Go back and I remember.
Like I said, I remember there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March or April? Is it March 15th?
Yeah.
So.
It was dark, because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use Google
So what
Maps.
time of the day was it? I mean, if it was dark.
It was towards the evening.
So afternoonish evening?
No. It was dark because I had to use the light on the car.
To light the fire pit or?
So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's say this is the house. And if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway, the slant, and there was just it wasn't a big fire pit, like it was a tiny fire pit. It wasn't like probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but white flat rocks that people throw.
Yeah.
It wasn't big. It wasn't a big deep one.
A shallow one.
Real, yeah. Like I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Did it just loose? Did it have rubber band around it? Was it a bag? Envelope? Was it an envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against, like in the front of it again. And that's cool.
Sorry if I can do about all your communications with Kouri.
Can we pause it for just one moment?
Sure. Use low feet of pressure.
Anything like that?
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Right.
You guys have all my phones right now.
But did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told.
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because.
I don't know,
it's on your phone.
I mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric died, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I deleted them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We need to be more open.
I see people in the chat discussing it, and now that I've seen it, I am like, oh my God. We've got this guy sitting there, and he's got his legs spread open, like, I don't even want to, like, why? Like, dude, sit up, close your legs. This is, now that somebody mentioned to it, I'm like, yeah, now I can't stop seeing it.
Honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, it's now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation with McKay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and it's going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first.
So what they're telling her is, listen, if you don't cooperate, if you don't have some good information, they're going to pull your deal and you're going to get 7 years. Now, at this point, what would you say and do in order to not do 7 years in prison? I kind of figure that you'd say and do a lot of things to not go to jail for 7 years. So to me, this is kind of worrisome, right? Because how do we know this is, you know, her being honest versus her not wanting to go to jail for the rest of time?
5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Wow. Like they just straight up laid out, if Kouri Richins doesn't go down, you're getting 7 years. I gotta say, the prosecution's day-to-day included a lot of things that make me less convinced. Less convinced. So yeah,
Oh my God.
This is a serious case.
That is way more of my,
I know, listen, don't.
and that is the guy on the stand, I believe, is Captain Legs Spread here.
Don't freak out, okay? Because this is a long process.
And this is a good thing, and this is good news for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because
It's nothing funny
well,
about
the
it.
second part is, it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were going to test, looking at your text messages, you and Von Savage.
We just know it's
And that's fucking awesome. I want to know how you did. Are you tracking with me? What I'm saying?
So, they said it looks like you figured out how and when you were going to get tested for the probation, and we want to know what that is. That's part of the deal. And the reason why they wanted to know that is so that they can fix whatever hole it is, so that they don't, you know, so that people can't guess.
Tell me what you're throwing, believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more.
I'm going to do whatever because I've struggled so hard to get through my math.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind.
Well, that's the only way you get
My past. Like, I don't want no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court. My sister had it. Don't call it. Yeah, I told you call him that. He laughed. I said, you're known as Mr. Bacon.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
Like, even my daughter's on board. And he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone like him in my life. Like, I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave Heidi's house. I want no talk to nobody in my life. I don't.
We have some hurdles here.
And that's why I said I no longer want to work for the Kouri. I don't want, I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Right. Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, there was some talk about, can you get what MJ had? And it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't. Like, I don't even know if it was, because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was Michael Jackson, and I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you.
I want to say maybe she didn't say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it was Michael Jackson, and that I know because.
And so tell me how that would have been said, because I didn't know Michael Jackson died.
I didn't know either. Like I said,
I knew it was drug overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
Okay, look it up.
Look it up. That's some changes too, but.
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing, that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was a couple of, there was
one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
All right, we're going to skip ahead here to this. This is Jailhouse Notebook.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been ruled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
The day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston Bailey while I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. That afternoon, evening, I made dinner. We ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and around 9, they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. Let's see. Around 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, "Let's go have a celebration drink." The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast to the closing. We went to the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule and lemon drop shot. He was going on and going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We finished talking, made our way back to our room and brushed our teeth. As we both climbed in bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I would go sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, said I love you and good night, and I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring, and I finally fell asleep. So March 4th, 3:20 a.m., I woke up from sleeping with Ashton, went to crawl back in the bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold, so I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy. is the only word I can think to describe. So what is it? So I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale/yellow, mouth open. An urge came over me that this wasn't an urge. What a weird choice of words. Wasn't good. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. But he didn't. And panic had sunk in as I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR/compressions until the EMT arrived. They immediately took over, getting out of their defibrillator, and started compressions. The worst part of it all was when they were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. It's like a replay in my head, or it's like on replay in my head. What is it? Where were we here? I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be Shouldn't be bleeding everywhere. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. I screamed, cried, and just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream, fading in and out of the room or moment, hoping to go back to the night. Where's that? Hoping and praying this was a dream, fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night. Where is it? Before, where we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight, the EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. I paced back and forth. The back and forth is kind of, until an officer came out and asked if there was someone I would like to call. I called my mom back to something back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until I finally just dropped to my knees, praying that this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked in to tell me he didn't make it. We did all we could do. I lost it. I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids had woken up and I had quickly yelled for them. To stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what had seemed like hours at this point. I could feel their fear, though. They didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she... where are we? Had no words and just rubbed my back. They already knew he was gone. The EMT told her. I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. She just started to say what happened, but I had no answer. No answer something. I have no idea. Said I love you, good night. I went to sleep. Oh, wait. I love you, good night. I went to sleep with Ashton. That was it. Just didn't make any sense. I told them EMTs I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. Needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I called Gene is it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. by this time, and he sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. Okay. March 7th, picked up truck. March 12th, Cody cleaned out garage. March 14th, Cody took computers. This reads like something that she might have written for her lawyers. March 4th, Eric passes away. March 5th, friends, Bryce, Chelsea, Allie K, Bree, Romney, Amy, sleepover, have a few drinks and reminisce. We laughed, we cried, we danced all night. That's weird. Earlier in the afternoon, Katie mentioned a green folder and asked if I knew where it was. Something. I didn't know what she was talking about. She quickly changed the subject and said we would figure this out. March 6th, I called the locksmith to open the safe. What is it? To look for this green folder Katie was talking about. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Romney slept over. Amy tried to stop me from opening it. Blank and the 2 cops were called. March 8th, met with funeral home, signed with something. March 11th, funeral. March 22nd, Kouri starts counseling. March 26th, boys started counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to talk on the 12th or 13th. I feel like this reads like it was written for the lawyer, right? This reads like it was... I'm concerned because was this one of the things that was taken out of custody? Because if so, I'm like, okay, that's worrying to me. So, yeah, I will have to see. So, yeah, we'll. I got thoughts like if it's that, but this was found in the house. Yeah, I just wonder if this is supposed to, because I tell clients to write stuff like this, but I also tell them very much to write for my lawyer in capital letters at the top. So, let's see. April 13th, search warrant on house. March 28th, filed first complaint against the trust for the house. May 3rd, filed for partial summary judgment. On C&E, Jan 10, Woody calls Chels in for an interview. Chels goes in for interview. Is lied to that she was the last person I talked to. Yeah. What is it? Chels checks phone record. We never spoke that night. Jan 13th. Jim drives red truck for oil change. Cody finds out and goes to get it. July 17th, find out about the private investigator. He was outside of my neighbors while the Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys in on case. November 30th, first court hearing. Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. Judge reschedules court for March 2nd to determine if kids need to be involved and if the PI has to follow subpoena and give us all his info. November 7th, Amy is served subpoena. Jan 3rd, Mike Malmrose gets interviewed. November 23rd, I find out Eric had been consulting divorce attorney. Skipping ahead. All right, so that's the letter. All right. So that's that letter. And
then of the
2-65 is.
So we've got Eric home, fighting with Mexican, drink in bed. He drank half, brushed his teeth. I was in bed. Mirror talked through the doorway. Moscow mules, lemon water, vodka with rum. January, March 21st, gone. Funeral, didn't have phone. Kids bed around 9, drink around 9 p.m. in bed. I laid down, instant heard Ashton went in, came back at 3. Mom convo. All right. And we're going to skip the text just for time, but we are going to go to, let's see here. We're going to, yeah.
This is from the diner.
Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Pick up the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No. Yeah, exactly. In the office? Yeah. So it's just bullshit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. False. Bailey was there. Like, and that's what I put. Yep. That's what I put. God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see if you can come up with the craziest fucking stories? Well, you know, it makes sense to them. See what they're saying? I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the?
I'm reminded of, what do you call it? Oh, God. My Cousin Vinny. There we go. Where it's like, I put a love, or are they saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? Question mark. What the hell? Question mark. The question marks are very important here, right? Because otherwise that comes off as confession, which it doesn't seem to be.
Hell? Yes. God, what kind of psycho? Here's a poison sandwich I give for you, and here's a love note. On Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck? Huh? Huh? On the seat of his truck is what it said.
Now, the thing is I don't know that this is particularly probative at this point. They are going through the prosecution's theory of the case. And unless she makes any admissions, it's just this is a way of getting the prosecution's case in on its own.
What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're going to feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your belief. Right. You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, so just all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this. But they're again, when you have through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor. So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with a supposed love note. Oh my gosh, what the hell? And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him.
This has got to be hard for the family to listen to as she laughs along. So, yeah.
It is so fucking sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me. Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, if you believe, then I believe this. Yes. Exactly. Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous. So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions answered. I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins after this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Erica's sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison.
Oh my God, I know. It's like, no, the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott?
And I was like, and here we go.
Exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
I have trouble reading. I'm sorry. 86R.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
It's like, all right, we're gonna, carefully tiptoe around where they found it.
I can ask it.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay. 2-86R.
And they're like, yeah. She's just trying to renew the things for appeal, but yeah, it does get tiresome.
Admitted and published.
She's got to do what she's got to do.
Can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Page 1, walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie would.
So this, I think, cooks her. Right? This really, really cooks her, because this is, here's an entire, set of things for what you've got to say. Say that Eric went to Carmen for the drugs. Say that he was, doing all these drugs, saying that she would rarely consume the gummies only if Eric begged her. But you see in her previous text messages where she was like, are we doing gummies? Yay, gummies. So that doesn't fit. I mean, yeah. This is really what, absent the walk the dog letter, I actually think she had a decent chance of acquittal. But I think the walk the dog letter is going to be seriously damaging unless the defense could pull a serious rabbit out of their hat. And by rabbit, I mean miracle. I think this is hard to, this is hard to get over, right? So yeah, it's bad. It's real bad.
Will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck, and Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie, don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL.
Also, this really fucks Ronnie was on defense side, right? Ronnie was helping out the defense. And now this is Ronnie needs to be on our side. So I think this really hurts all of that, right?
Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end. Let's push through.
I mean, I think she was right about one thing. So close to the end. She is now on the home stretch. It's just the end isn't a place she wants to be, right? The end is a tiny little cell.
Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Now, I actually suspect that when he's done on the stand, my suspicion is he's the last witness. That is my feeling, is that we'll have this guy, and then prosecutor says prosecution rests. But I mean, this is so bad, right? And this is what I've been saying through this trial is I think she's going to get convicted, and what's going to convict her is her stupid shit. Her stupid, yeah. And prosecution has already stated it's the last witness. Fair. I missed him saying it was the last witness. I just assumed last witness because I knew the walk the dog was going to be the big finish, right? Walk the dog is the showpiece, right? That's what they want to end on. So yeah, I don't think she's taking the stand, but I mean, good luck.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Previous lawyer got off the file after this.
Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it. So it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say.
Actually, maybe we should take a second here just to read the super chats. Kim G, the forensic homeopath, when do you decide how hard to go and cross if you don't know how the witness presents in court? How do you know if you need to be nice? In this, like in the case of Carmen Lober, you look at her story, like you look at, her antecedents. You also look at her in the, in the interviews because they would have had those tapes. So you can use that to judge her a bit. The other thing is you often plan to go nice and then go harder later if you need to. And a certain amount of it is you got to be able to roll with the punches, right? If you've got a witness you think you're going to just come in hot on and you get that, and you get that witness and you see that they are super sympathetic, you got to be able to change gears, right? You got to be able to do that in a hurry. So, I have had to change gears on my cross-examination midway through. D. Peter says, I once thought Ian was pronounced Ian. Not my name, but there are probably people who pronounce it that way. Ray Bird, thank you so much. Horse Welfare, we need Bob merch. We do. We also need the Salmon of Justice merch. Bob hires a lawyer. Very suspicious. That one, not so much. You got to write to that. Tonks, set PayPal, leaving to celebrate. Replay for me. We shall do that. And Janeski, missed goal. Sorry, it happens. The real Emily Ross. Next hypothetical story should be George or Fred, EDB's cats. Just joking. Chat, don't come at me. I think that if I went and used EDB's cats, I would get like somebody would send a horse's head in my bed. So sorry I've been missing in action lately. Changing careers is a lot. Found out about the clowns and will explain in comments below. Love y'all. Okay, I missed the clowns explanation. Ty, did you see the clowns explanation? So yeah, I'll have to find that. Schwarzma, thank you so much. The real Emily Ross. Runkle, in Kentucky, a crossbow is not under a probation violation. What about Canada? If they have conditions for no firearms, that generally includes crossbows in Canada. Afton Fared says, did someone say cookbook spoiler? We got to hit the goal. Spoiler, please. We will try to do that. Fiona, this. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. A lot more green in the chat. Tracy Curtis, drug use damages memory. It can. Freedom Spoilers Fund. Thank you. Boreal Owl, also her stupid shit is compatible with offing Eric Richins. It is. The world wonders. I would have reasonable doubt, but for that letter, it gets me from she's guilty as hell, but I could be wrong, to she's basically confessing with this. That's the problem. Not that Amber says, Captain Kouri's mom, Pixie, wrote a children's book about him. Writing about a death doesn't mean you caused it. Absolutely. So, yeah. All right. So, let's see. Where were we here? let's see. Lotto is code or nickname for Grossman. I'm just trying to see if I can find the. I gotta see if I'll have to find it later just to be like, what is the story with the clowns? Because yeah, I mean, Casey Anthony walk. It's true. We don't know what the jury's gonna do, right? We can make guesses. We can make some theories. We can have all of this, but yeah, we are covering the cross. We're not done. Peyton Weismiller, I hope there's a hot sauce recipe in the cookbook. I can put a hot sauce recipe in the cookbook. How did we do on the goal this time around? We are at 4 out of 10. It's still ongoing. I got to check the PayPals here just to see, because I think some people said that they did PayPals. So give me a second here. We're just going to do that. Why is my computer making noises? Stop it. All right, 1 second. PayPal. Make sure I'm not screen sharing my PayPal login because that would be bad. Let's see. Come on. Load faster site. Why is PayPal being slow? Log in. All right. Come on. David Craig says, as always, we appreciate your work. And that is a very generous super chat. I think that gets us to our goal here for today. So we can do that. Cindy says pro bono fund, also with an incredibly generous super chat. This one. So Kristen Rudy says, I just got tenure today and wanted to celebrate with y'all. What is it? Runkle and Chad of the Bailey, you've been the background keeping me company on this journey, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kristen. Just going back here, we've got a few I got to cover here. And I see one here saying, thanks for the fentanyl side quest. Runkle, it is terrifying. Appreciate your perspective from Giraffe Gal. Thank you so much. Okay. So I promised some cookbook spoilers. So what the cookbook is that for Extra Life, I'm going to set a goal level, like a donation level. And if you donate at least that much money, it'll probably be like $10. If you donate at least that much, you will get a copy of the cookbook. Now, the cookbook itself is, what is it? So the way the cookbook, I've been sort of thinking of ideas for the cookbook, right? The cookbook is, so a lot of the cookbook is going to be stuff that I like, stuff that I like. Mrs. Runkle has claimed a spot. She's like, I get to put a recipe in. So at least one recipe is going to be a Mrs. Runkle recipe, assuming she doesn't like change her mind later. But so there's going to be a recipe that is from Mrs. Runkle. I don't know how many recipes it'll have, and all of them are going to be written in the Runkle style. So what this means is, I don't know if you've seen my ratatouille recipe, because like my ratatouille recipe is, how do I put it? It's just, let me see if I can pull it up. I may or may not be able to. I gotta find it. Give me a second here. So I am just trying to see if I can track it down. I posted one ages ago, and let me see if I can find it here. Might be a little bit. Do I have a search function? Search. Let me see if I can track it down. Okay. So I found it. I will read you a little bit of my ratatouille recipe just so that you can, what is it? So it says, so someone asked me for my ratatouille recipe. I guess I could throw that together. It's customary to begin these recipes with a long and winding story about how you came to discover that a particular food exists. So in the beginning, there was nothing. Skip forward past a whole bunch of murders and bagats, and people generally being shitting to each other, and I watched a movie about a mind control rat. I quite liked the movie because the rat spends the movie going, fuck the police, I'm going to do what I want. Anyway, I thought it might be fun to try to make the signature food from the movie, and here we are. I should also warn that I'm not a Michelin-starred chef. I have 0 stars, people. This is also only because the Michelin Tire Company does not have a system for awarding negative stars. If they were to give any sort of rating to my cooking, it would usually be all weather. So I'm not going to be giving exact amounts here because that's not how I roll in the kitchen. Everything's going to be pretty approximate. The core of the ratatouille is 4 vegetables, tomato, zucchini, bell peppers, and eggplant. We're going to start with roughly equal amounts of each. If you have to err on the side of something, err on the side of tomato. When I say equal amounts, I mean by volume rather than by number. We're not doing 1 eggplant to 1 tomato here. I go with Roma tomatoes because they're often cheaper and they taste better. So, yeah, that kind of thing. What is it? Yeah, I just, so my recipes are not really in the standard, standard thing there. I put recipes in kind of a fuzzy sort of format, and that's what you can expect. So don't expect to get necessarily, like the standard whatever. So the other thing I've decided is that I'm going to pair each recipe with a drink. So there's going to be the recipe on the main thing, and then over to the side, there's going to be a little thing where I talk about how to make a drink that I think goes well with that particular food, which is going to be the sidebars, because we got to have sidebars. So we're going to have the sidebars on the recipes. I've got a section on ingredients. I'm going to have a whole page on like discussing hot sauces. It's going to be fun, right? It's not going to be too super serious. It's going to be a fun little recipe book, and I'm not going to make any money off it because I don't want to make any money off it. The whole point of the recipe book is going to be to raise money for the kids. So that's our diversion. I see that we're losing viewers at this point, so we're going to go back to the cross-examination, but I just kind of owed you all of that because, yeah. All right, here we go.
That to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week. Okay.
So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next week.
All right. So there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
Objection. She's testifying and she's trying to feed him a thing. Like this, that was a stupid question, right?
Pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, I found foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular. All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right? And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now, that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Or what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't know for sure.
All right. All right. If we could go to the bottom of highlight the bottom half for me.
I mean, I will give her credit here. She's doing the best she possibly can with some really shit facts. And that's the problem, is her facts are shit, right? She's trying to massage this letter as best she can. And there's only so much you can actually massage it.
All right. There's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of 2023.
Okay. Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please. Thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, foundation. That's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure. Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find the section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see. Yep. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what.
I hate the way she keeps going, that's fair, when she, like, don't say it's fair. You know, and she does this with witnesses. Like, she'll ask a witness something, and the witness will push back, and she'll be like, oh, that's fair. And she just gives up the point. And I'm like, stop it. Stop it.
We were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one.
And this is very true. You can't always tell when someone's an addict. There's lots of people who are functional addicts who just go about their day and nobody knows.
And I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom here and testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but.
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person.
I would not have talked about the jury like that. So, I mean, great choice.
And testify, right?
Nearly, yeah.
Almost.
Maybe
a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay.
I didn't hate that part. So, yeah.
All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to. Oh, by the way, just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter.
Why did you just call your own cross-examination beating a dead horse? Are you freaking kidding me? This is your cross.
To your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table? Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay.
Gee, if there only was a way to not do that.
I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Okay. I've never.
See, he's having fun. And this is not a witness you want to be like having fun at your expense. The trash rip is they go over and they pick up the garbage. And if you're wondering, how do they do a trash rip? It's pretty low key. They usually just send a car by, check your trash bin and then just, pull the bags and throw it into another bag and off it goes.
Never heard that. So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case?
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil and then smoking it, typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
Okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only Nick tested, I don't remember. Have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking.
I mean, the thing is that they weren't really concerned about whether or not Carmen was doing fentanyl, like whether she was consuming fentanyl. They were concerned about whether or not they could pin her with some sort of drug use in order to violate her, right? And violate, I mean, like her probation, not like in the other sense. Okay, like this is a miss.
My records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who was?
She's got to stop with the U-All. She already figured that out. Like people already told her stop with the U-All.
U-All.
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh, it's been just as long for me as everybody else. So
he's like, it's been like 3 or 4 years. I know there's a lot of people who are going like, oh my God, this guy doesn't know shit. And the thing is, it's been a while. He's trying to do this from memory. He should have reviewed all of this, but a lot of this is bad memory.
I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
And she's asking finicky questions about like order of things and so forth. So
for Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
What's his name?
So this is the weird Utah rules where they have to like confine it to within what was asked on direct. So now she's got to recall this guy if she wants to get that. So, yep.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
It is smart that she's covering her mouth for the cameras.
In the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you're assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone. Did you not?
I get to ask all sorts of things.
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment. And so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember if it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
Right. And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction grade key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is. I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Yeah. Just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you? Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea. And then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when. And I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a...
No, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
This is bad because it's like counsel doesn't know what the heck she's doing. Okay, you should know.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yes, sure. Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your office?
No, that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment. Okay, I understand now, Your Honor. I'm going to get specific about timing.
Okay.
I think that'll solve the problem. Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay. Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lober's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lober's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not. If you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll use the end of March.
But
okay. And then you search Carmen's house. And then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises had been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially...
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lober.
And that was a good... This she needed to do more of, where she actually controls the witness. Because he starts going, drug dealers will... And it's like, no. What did Carmen do? None of this. None of your weaseling. Answer the freaking question.
Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share?
That I thought was a lot better, because she's like, okay, she denies the fentanyl. Then you tell her that she's going to go to jail for 7 years if this happens. And only after that does she start coming up with this fentanyl story, right? This is good. The problem is there's a lot of bullshit in the cross. And so some of the cross is really good. It's just, this needed to be a really good cross in like 1/4 of the time that she spends on this.
With you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl.
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she's asking about...
She's not asking for proof of the truth of its contents. She's asking, did she say that?
Statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment? Esther, you're next. Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either, so let me ask it again. Did Ms. Lober tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right. And as a matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lober were you and the other investigating officers, correct? It came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Overruled. If you understand who she's referring to by y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lober, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
All right. And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right? 5
more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe.
Stop. Oh my God. Stop with the cutesy, condescending, shitty. Don't. You can't afford this. This is a murder trial. You can't do this.
That when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, you're the biggest piece, right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was a Miss Carmen, or I'm sorry, Miss Lober made a reference to, can we just like put all the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. And so in context, we said, yeah, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates. She could not remember certain things. Is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering, and that
I'm so sorry.
the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lober agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about your investigation into, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
But we don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need.
This was him answering the question badly, because he should have been like, we know exactly where it is. The ME has it. So that, yeah.
I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation. All right.
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes. It states Exhibit 3-13D.
And
she's like, can you bring up 13D? Or he's like, yes, this is Exhibit 13D. I'm like, cool, awesome, great.
is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know what else to ask.
I don't know whether this would.
Did you hear what she just whispered into the mic? I don't know what else to ask. On a okay.
Witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kocherdimos, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kocherdimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th,
Yes.
just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Kouri.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Kouri, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
can just approach for a minute.
All right. And she.
I could after a 2-minute.
3 more precise questions. That's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired, because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
I mean, that's not great about him not retaining that information, but he is saying you're asking the wrong witness. So, yeah.
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it and answer.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little argumentative. Sustained.
I'll withdraw.
You can hear the judge when he says that one was a little argumentative. You can hear his sort of laugh there. He found that one to be a fun question. It's like, I get it.
Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, Foundation. When?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask?
Why is she so freaking fuzzy with all of these things?
An expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Kouri to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lober claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right. Carmen, purchased true that. Is it true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So,
Kouri, stop facing. Like, your face, switch it to off.
After Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lober?
I am aware that Ms. Lober conducted a similar transaction to ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Ms. Richins.
On that, that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lober claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was a K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lober did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, oh, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair.
Pause game on point. As he looks at her like, what the hell? Yes, as a lawyer, please don't write checks for drugs, and especially do not put drugs in the memo field.
The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that. That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy, right? I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lober allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lober clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no. You never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
It's like, don't know.
Then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the Legacy property. Did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants. I wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't. I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You did, you were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were detective.
What do you mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those.
The title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab. Okay. We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
Okay. Do you want to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators on my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
Done. No more questions. Done. That was where she should have stopped. Right here. Walk back. Swagger your ass back to your thing. like you just punched God in the mouth, and like that is the moment she should have stopped. There's another 20 minutes today. And she just, like, this would have been the moment to just be like, yes, we done. And nope.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lober allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lober's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lober, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lober, correct?
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lober, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins. Okay. We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court.
Why are you letting him do this? You had the perfect walk-off moment, and now you're just like, all right, back in the weeds.
I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring to.
What's your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology. About the extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
And you can see, yes, you can see him getting up.
Scope.
This is beyond the scope.
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
But beyond the scope of the version or the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right. And
if you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay.
So basically he was considering driving down to go get his horns. Okay.
And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was it the Sonora area?
I think so.
Okay. Also, according to Ms. Lober, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, there were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when, during interview, during testimony, during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Approximately, well, total or each time?
Each time.
Each time approximately 15 to 30.
Right. And that would be a total, again, math. But if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that.
I like you and your channel, but what is with the women hating? I don't think I've been doing any women hating. If your wife was wrongfully charged of a crime, would you like everyone judging her looks? The only comment I've made about Kouri Richins' looks is I have said it is important that she not make faces. Like, you can't make faces at the jury, and that it's important that she dress down because the jury, you don't want to like stand out and look at anything. So I'm not sure what you're talking about here, but I stand by you can't make faces at the jury. And she needs to dress boring, which is what she's been doing. I've been pointing out she's been doing well on that. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, but do let me know.
Did you give Carmen rides to meetings with her attorney in your car after she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her?
Mm-hmm.
Went by and saw her at her house?
You'd answer Steve.
I'm sorry.
You got to say yes because they can't type. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay.
I would have cut all of this shit. Like, I'm just like, she's in the weeds here.
Getting close. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, so I'm just gonna spoil this a little bit. She doesn't get to anything interesting at this point beyond nothing that happened after you don't know how Eric Richins died was worth continuing on. Like, she goes through and she really tries, and nothing lands. And I'm just like, you had the perfect moment to just sit your ass down and call it a win. And everything after that was a waste of time. Everything after that was making shit worse. She has some good moments in that cross. There were some really good questions in there. There was some really excellent stuff. She just needed to be crisp. She needed to be precise. She needed to be on point. She needed to not ask these vague, fuzzy questions that allow the prosecutor to stand up and object all the time. She needed to not forget her papers on the desk when she got up. Like, all of this, I'm just like, this could have been a really, really excellent cross. This could have been a moment where, and I mean, there were people on Twitter who were like, this is, this is fantastic. This, and the thing is, if she'd done this well, there should be people going, oh my God, all over Twitter right now. It was a missed opportunity. It was just a missed, there was good stuff. There was good stuff in there. I just, like, she's got bad habits. She's got imprecision. She's got all of these things. And she's got great potential to be just amazing here. And so I really want to see her do better. Ooh, I just had some weird pain. Ow. So, I really, not even the end about the gifts. No, the end about the gifts sucked. That sucked. And even if at the end of that, if she had more questions, you know what she should have done? If she had more questions after that moment, the mic drop moment, she really ought to have just said, Your Honor, I have another couple of hours. Can we break here? I think that would have been excellent, right? To just say, I've got to, you don't know how the fentanyl got into his system. It was oral, but you don't know exactly, what, and it's like, okay, Your Honor, I've got another 2 hours or so. Is this a good place to break? Leave the jury with, this is a good place to break. Have them go home and sit there thinking about the lead investigator, and you could ask, like, if you had to ask one more question and you're the lead investigator, right? And the prosecutor stands up and is like, asked and answered. And you're like, yeah, Your Honor, can we kick this over to tomorrow so that we've got, let the jury spend the entire night thinking about the lead investigator doesn't know how the fentanyl got into his system. Fantastic, right? Wonderful, beautiful end. And then if you got more questions, you come back the next day and you ask those questions, like assuming the judge doesn't say keep going. If the judge says keep going, then whatever. But I mean, I just I thought that was I thought it was kind of she ends up chasing things into the weeds all night, and it just doesn't go well. All right, let's we got a few super chats here. Freedom, thank you so much appreciated. Michigan Farm Boy, general support, goal, trial coverage, and upcoming Janet travel near enough to me to come to an Illinois meetup. Also, the dog letter pushes me to guilty. Fair. Kimchi, the forensic homeopath, if I recall correctly, you think Kouri is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What gets you there if you feel like Lober, etc., is incredible? I can't get beyond probably. The letter is bad. So SoCalma says, in my opinion, that's fair as an attempt to appear reasonable to the jury. It's not a good method. The cutesy statements are to seem likable and relatable. I don't think it's working. Yeah, she might be what she's doing. I don't think it works. So yeah, I really want Runkle to interview Nestor, Luis, Ramos after the trial if they win. I don't know if they'd want to come on here because I've been critical of all of that, but I mean, yeah, I wouldn't like, I'd love to talk to them, but just be like, yeah, okay. At the end, was Nestor trying to say Eric sent the gifts to Kouri? Yes. I think that was the suggestion, is that Eric sent the gifts, the I'm rich, those gifts. I think that was the suggestion there. So, yeah, I think this trial was absolutely winnable, 100% winnable, but for the walk the dog letter. The walk the dog letter is, that one is so brutal. It's so bad. And, yeah. I mean, they're doing the best they can. The thing is that the difference in all of these suggestions of like what they should be doing and so forth, what could have been done differently, at the end of the day, the walk the dog letter the impact of the walk the dog letter is bigger than all of the criticisms I've had for them thus far. So, I mean, that straight up, like and Kouri's phone searches. The impact of Kouri's phone searches and the walk the dog letter are bigger than that. Walk the dog letter is a nothing burger. What are you smoking and drinking up there in Canada? Find me a lawyer who thinks the walk the dog letter is a nothing burger. every criminal lawyer who's looked at the walk the dog letter has not thought it was a nothing burger. It is absolutely really bad. So, yeah, it's bad. So, I mean, the jury's going to make their calls, but it's bad. And I suspect when you see juror interviews afterwards, if we see juror interviews afterwards, there's going to be, juror commentary about the walk the dog letter. Nestor disproved it right away, bro. Lol. No, she didn't. Nestor tried to poke some holes in it, but no, she did not disprove it by any stretch. So, AJK Consulting, I appreciate your thoughts on it and so forth. I can't agree. I don't agree. It's bad. So, yeah. All right. AJK Consulting. Bye. You're done here. So AJK Consulting's last comment was, when is America buying Canada? And the reason why AJK Consulting was doing that is because AJK Consulting is not able to defend their points. Because when they thought they were able to defend their points, they made arguments. And then once they realized that they had no ability to actually defend their position, that's when they go to just throwing shit. And at the point where they're just throwing shit, they have nothing further to contribute. And so, shoo, goodbye. But, yeah, that is a confession of loss. Because if you gotta throw shit, you can watch this in arguments, right? People start off in an argument and they start off and they're like, let me make my position, and they'll defend it with and then only when they feel that they're losing do they start going to the insults, do they start going to any of this stuff. And so AJK Consulting was basically confessing that their position was crap and that they so bye. Yeah, I should have charged the troll toll, but at that point it's just like, yeah, okay. So yeah. All right. That's about it for tonight. We'll wrap up. I'm gonna go eat some foods. I got some leftover Chinese to go and devour because I wasn't hungry when we started, but I'm hungry now because we've been at this for 5.5 hours covering 2 days. So fair. Good night, all. We will see. We will see everyone tomorrow because tomorrow prosecution's case is done and the defense case begins. So we'll see. I want to see what the defense brings to the table, quite honestly, because defense has some work to do, and we got to see if they are able to dig themselves out of all of this and what witnesses they call. I'm really curious. I really want to see them. I want to see them cook, assuming that they can. So good night, all.